It's a great pleasure. This time you are in Paris. Who had chance to visit Eiffel Tower? Okay, so I can imagine. Okay, so okay, so I don't need to worry that you are tired or you are okay. So today it will be third time, right? Fantastic. And I hope that you are all like energized as I am for another day of this engaging discussions, powerful collaborations, and meaningful connections. Yesterday we have learned a lot of things. It was nothing short of inspiring. From thought-provoking sessions, co-creation sessions, lot of discussions, right? So, before we are going to our packed agenda today, I'd like to get some information from you. How many new connections you have made during last 2 days in this General Assembly? How many connections? Who made more than 20 connections, 20 new friends? Raise your hand. Fantastic. Thank you so much. Okay, let's go for 15 plus. More about the 15 connections you have made. New friends, you have the first time you have introduced yourself. Raise your hand, 15. Okay. Less than 5, less than 5. More than 10. Okay, fantastic, fantastic. How many, like let's say, I am from Asia. How many new continents you have made friends? Like your friends, new friends from different continents, different parts of the world. Let me ask you one question. Like you have friends in EMA or outside of EMA in all the continents? Those who have friends in all the continents, raise your hand. From Oceania to fantastic. EMA is global. But those hands are not still there. You have to make it by today. Because we have EMA friends from all over the world, from all the continents. So, those who are sitting always like next to each other, let me ask you questions. Razan, yesterday you two are together? No? Or yes? You sit together? You know him already? Okay. So this is the thing that I would like to learn from you. If you are sitting together always, or if you are going to change your seat every time to have new friends. Okay? Try to have more friends. This is the reason that why we are always having this annual General Assembly. This time we don't have this like table opportunity, but I hope you will make the best of it. So today we have a full packed agenda starting from elections debate among the candidates, presidential and vice presidential candidates. Then we have also another fantastic session about co-creation results and takeaways. Those who are leading the co-creation sessions yesterday, I hope you already know that you have to present something this morning. Who are the leader for co-creation sessions yesterday? Who are the leader? I don't see, only a few hands. It should be around 16, 15 people. 3, 5, 6, 7. Please contact your like co-leader and prepare something. Because in 30 minutes, we'd like to hear all 9 different groups. That means you'll get maximum, let's say, 150 seconds to 180 seconds. 3 minutes maximum. Then we have gift exchange. You know this, right? And you are handing over all the gifts to the communications team leading by Razan, right? Or they'll collect it. Razan is here. If you have gifts, please find out her and hand it over everything, or her team, whoever is ready to do this. To Giselle, okay. So Giselle is the person who is taking care about the gift exchange, okay? If you already brought something, don't forget to take back something. If you forget to bring something, this year just watch what is happening. Next year you are bringing, okay? No, I'm serious, okay. Then we'll have a plenary discussion, grassroots to global, EMA community-based green innovations. So we'd like to learn from all network of like experiences together. It's not only about the panel things, it's most about the panel discussion and also let's say how we can work together in different countries, irrespective of networks. So this is something we'll try to bring in the stage. Then we'll go for EMA poster winners and their research activities. Would like to see how much research knowledge they have developed so far as a scientific researcher or as a, let's say, knowledge people. What is the impact of Erasmus Mundus Joint Masters that is happening currently? We can see from these master or PhD level students. Then, yes, voting. Just for information, those who are still not inside this EMA General Assembly group on the community portal, the cutoff time is 11:30 this morning. If you don't join by 11:30, we can't help you more. Still 1 or 2 participants supposed to join. Please join by 11:30. Please, please, please do it. If you don't do it, we can't help you. Whatever is coming as a consequence, we can't help you. So this is the cutoff time, 11:30. Then definitely there will be some QR code. You will be like there will be announcement about how to go for the voting procedures. You will see some QR code, some links. So following the QR code, we can easily vote. No problem for this, but keep in mind by 11:30 you have to be part of this General Assembly group. Otherwise, you can't vote if you're eligible voter today. Then we will go for financial reporting. Before that we have another plenary sessions after the voting result. Plenary session 3, sustainability starts at home. EMA's role in creating value without waste. Then we'll go for financial reporting. Then we'll go for election sessions announcement. Finally, the wrap-up. Hopefully, everything will go on time and smoothly. Then we have chance for team building activity that will be guided by some local volunteers also. So we'll have a fantastic time together this whole day. Without further ado, as we have scheduled like 9:15, we have something amazing this morning. It's all about elections debate. I would like to welcome the moderator from on behalf of the Electoral Committee 2025, Dr. Hazaria. Okay, let me tell her full name. Dr. Hazaria Binte Muhammad. No. Welcome, Hazaria. Please take the stage.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. President. I think your task is almost come to the end, but nevertheless, we really appreciate what you have been done so far for us. And I think everyone is really excited to come to these morning sessions where I think it's an obligation. No, I think it's kind of like things that we are looking for because like on behalf of the Electoral Committee, we started this journey towards the EMA GA for new presidential candidates since early January. So there's a lot of works has been putting through. There's a lot of things that we have to measure in order to understand the whole concept of actually how the democracy going to works. And I can see the smiling faces in here, and I think that will be very good for us as an indicator to tell that we're going to have a very lively session today. The session today is actually not about only individual candidates, but it actually is about all of us. Because we do believe that whatever the decision that we made, whatever the motivation that we can hear later on, I think is not just for themselves. And it's just not for individually. And I do believe that everyone has a mission for all of us at Erasmus Mundus associations, for the current students as well as the alumni. And talk about the alumni, we've been talking about the Gen Z, about the Alpha and such. So actually, I'm proud to say that I'm a Gen X, and I'm proud to be here. So oh yes, I can see. I can see a few people making a strong signage telling that they are also Gen X. Yeah, because like, you know, in the old times, we always say that, okay, listen to all those young, the old peoples about this and that. But nowadays, I think we have to know to have weightage in order to balance, because the Gen Z has a lot of things to offer for us, especially the Gen X. Okay, without further ado, I think it's really an honor to be one of the moderators for the sessions. And actually, I'm so proud to each of the candidates because like, I think throughout the, Mr. President, Dr. Ashikur, if you can correct me if I'm wrong, I think it's not that easy for EMA to have more than one candidate. And I think this year around, I think we have more than one candidate for the both vice president and also presidents. And I think it's a very good indicator to tell us that there's more people going to involve and there's more people wanted to contribute to the EMA. So without further ado, I would like to call first the vice presidential candidate, number one, Marian Raquel Galliano Jimenez. Right. Please welcome on stage. And also Mr. Shaheen Nes AT, please. Okay, and we also have our presidential candidate, Anna Peva, please, on stage. All right, and we also have Marvi Kazi. Please come on stage. All right. You can see all the smiley faces, right? So meaning that they are not in pressure because they love what they wanted to do. So that's why they can smile and then looking at you and see that what they can offer to all of us, yeah? So yes, I think it would be great if not me introducing them, but it would be great if they introducing themselves to all of you. Because to some of you guys, you already watched the online debates, but now you can also see them face to face, and then you can throw out the questions that actually what you might want to ask them if you don't be able to ask during the online session. So I think I'll let, might be Raquel, you can introduce yourself, about 1 to 2 minutes.
No worries. Let's see, this is on. Oh, it's on already? Yes? Is it? Or did I just turn it off? No, I just turned it off, sorry. No, it was just me. Morning, everybody. I hope you're all okay, and the smiley faces means that you've had breakfast, and that if you had an allergic hay fever reaction yesterday and or other illnesses, you're better. My voice is still not better, so thank you. Ay, ay, ay. Okay, let me just catch my breath and think and say buenos dias to everyone that's here in the room and everyone that's watching the recording. I'm Raquel Galeano. I'm from Paraguay. I'm currently volunteering in the talent management unit, but I started around COVID time during the first lockdown as a program representative, and then I was asked to join the comms team. I joined the comms team, and then eventually 2 years ago, I said, I want to help out in another role. And I just threw in my application for the Talent Management Unit Director opportunity. And here I am today throwing my hat at another role because I believe in us. I believe in the organization. And as a graduate of Erasmus Mundus in adult education for social change, I believe in the power of adult education that EMA represents. So for me, EMA is the tangible representation of what I studied for 2 years. And all of you here and everyone that's watching also is part of that. And I would like to support the president and support the upcoming management board to continue this learning journey. Like Ashikur said, there were so incredible sessions yesterday, the day before as well. And I think there is much that we can do. And I know there is much that you are already doing. And I look forward to have that opportunity to, as Dr. Jenny said yesterday, lead quietly from the shadows. Because you don't really need to see my face every day. Because I don't know much about everything, but you do know about what you know. You're experts in your fields, in your context. And what I would like to do is support that and platform that and give you the spaces and the opportunities that perhaps I was afforded and others were afforded as well, so that you can do the things that you want to do. I know, for example, for Tim in Myanmar, it's very complicated to do things, but through EMA, he's able to help. It's the same for other people. Sorry, my voice is going. And Taimi, let me know at the time as well. But thank you. So I hope I get to help out, and if not in this role, in any other role as well. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Raquel. But listening to your voice, I thought that you have a karaoke session last night. No, yeah? It's no, yeah? Okay. Tonight. Okay. We count that for tonight. Okay, all right. So we move on into the second vice presidential candidate. Okay, the only, all right, among the flowers in here. So maybe, Shaheen, you would like to introduce yourself?
Thank you so much. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone here, and good morning, everyone, or good afternoon or good evening to the people who are actually watching it online. Thank you so much. I'm feeling honored and privileged to be here among the ladies, and they're very accomplished. And yeah, I'm feeling a little bit of, yeah, singled out here. But thank you so much. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I am Shaheen. Okay, let me say my credentials as my personal life. Then I'll come back to my EMA journey. I'm Shaheen. I'm an architect. I'm based in Brussels. I work there, and I studied smart cities and communities from 2019 to 2021, and I am an EMA member since 2019. I mean, EMA came to my life before Erasmus Mundus came. I learned about Erasmus Mundus because of EMA. So EMA is really close to my heart. And since 2022, I'm officially volunteering for Erasmus Mundus Association as the first program representative for Smart Cities and Communities, the SMACS program. And after that, I actually put on different roles. I put myself in different roles as the PRNet Development Executive, and then the project leader for the EMA for Equity, and after that, the members coordinator, and finally, ultimately, the Policy and Quality Assurance Unit Director. Not long ago, it's been just 6 months. So I was here whenever it was the call of the duty. I was requested, so I joined PRNet Development Executive. I was called out, so I joined as the project leader. And I was called out, so I joined as the members coordinator. And I found that there is a gap and there is a need, and I need to fill in. I joined as the Policy and Quality Assurance Unit Director. So why I am here as well, I am looking forward because I can see already so many familiar faces who are dedicated their lives in the management board. They are also they are not going to be part of these positions any longer, and there will be a gap. And that is also a call of duty, and so I'm putting myself in there. Thank you so much.
All right.
And I'm looking forward for today's debate. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Shaheen. And you are right on time. And when you say the Call of Duty, I do believe that some of you guys also played the Call of Duty back then, right? So it's triggered us about the Call of Duty on actually each of the candidates have to help in the responsibles if you were elected towards becoming the top management of EMA. And I do believe that each and every one of you has their own missions and motivation to go for that. And yes, now we move to, I looked at Marvi already hold the mic, then, okay. So I think I'd like Marvi to introduce herself. All right.
Thank you so much. Thank you. So first of all, good morning, everyone. It's really an honor and privilege to be here with all of you. Am I audible? I hope so. Yeah, thank you so much for everything. I'm Marvi Kazi. I'm a lawyer and a business professional by profession. I'm an intellectual property, competition law, and business professional. I have done MBA in finance and double LLM in intellectual property, innovation, and competition law. So as a profession or by profession, I'm a lawyer. I'm currently, yeah. I'm Erasmus Plus, DAD, and MIPLC alumni scholar. My roots are from Pakistan, but I'm residing in the Netherlands. My journey with MI started last year in April 2024 only. I applied for one role as a project support unit volunteer. And there came on the way an opportunity to volunteer as a group leader with one of the youth exchanges in Croatia, where I went, and I led the team of 6 members. And that became a journey in a way, the dedication and motivation that I felt from the PSU volunteers who were there all the way supporting me. I would like to share an experience. There was one of our member, he had an issues, like health issues, and the way the PSU team was dedicatedly providing support to me, to him, and to the entire team, so the whole journey goes smoothly. The way, the connections that we made throughout that time, that really inspired me. And that was the first time that I actually knew about this community from inside. And when the position of Director Project Support Unit came in, I applied. And since I have started my journey from November 2024, it has been a wonderful experience for me that has been based on collaboration, community, and the support that I have received from each and every one of you that I have worked with. So thank you so much for everything, for throughout the journey with EMA. For the future, I would like to, that's my goal or ambition, the kind of connections that I have built. I would like everyone to feel that way, the strength that we feel through these communications or collaborations and the community. I want everyone to experience that and to be part of it. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much, Marie. Yes, I think each and every one of the candidates has a different backgrounds, a different fields of working that they have been involved that they can offer in terms of making EMA better in the future. Then I will move to Anna. Maybe you would like to introduce yourself, please.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for moderating. Thank you, the candidates, for applying, because I strongly believe that when there are more people, there's chance for debate and there's chance for exchange, which is very important, of knowledge. And thank you. From the bottom of my heart, thank you for being here. It's Saturday morning. Yesterday night, we went to Eiffel Tower. Some of you went also dancing afterwards. But you're here. You came here this morning for us, for you, for EMA. And I'm grateful. I'm grateful for that. And I'm grateful to see you all here. I'm also grateful for the opportunity to be here. Because gratefulness is how I am. Gratefulness is how I lead. Gratefulness is how I live. Gratefulness is how I inspire. Yesterday we were talking about the purpose, and that there may be the pressure of finding your purpose. But there is no pressure of gratefulness. And this is something that we need to remember. Who am I? That's a very good question. I asked that myself, I think, in the last 12 months a lot. I'm an entrepreneur. I have 2 successful companies behind me, which I don't want to talk about them today. But I have many years of successful volunteering for social impact. And when I say for successful for social impact, I mean that many people, thanks to the actions that we did through the volunteering, through the sense of solidarity, through humanity and giving back, had chances to have their life changed. And this is why I applied for the position, and this is why I joined EMA in 2023, when I took a career breakdown to do my Islands Research Master. And when, thanks to my peer-net coordinator, I joined the network of peer coordinators as Islands Peer Coordinator. I'm the first ever Islands Peer Coordinator of my cohort, also because it's the 3rd year of the cohort, so it's a little bit difficult to have more. But at the same time, I'm also a responsible European resident. What does that mean? That means that when I have something that I don't like or I don't understand, I ask. And this is what I invite you all today to do. Ask. You don't understand something from the agenda? Ask us. You don't understand something, how is it going to EMA? Ask. Do not be afraid to ask. We're facing a global crisis. The world is facing a global crisis. We have regimes coming back or starting from zero. In Europe, we still have the right to vote. We have the right for democracy. And you here today are expressing the right of 16,000 people, only 70-something of you. You have the responsibility today to vote. And don't forget that. This is the responsibility. This is the responsibility of being in Europe, okay? Of contributing. As you may know or you may not know, I'm originally from Macedonia. When I was 18, it's a small country in the Balkan where more people don't know where it is than the people that know. We start from, is it a fruit salad? If you're in Italy, Spain, or the other countries, to, Estonia, oh, Romania, I've been there. I'm from there, from this small country called Macedonia. When I was 18, I decided to leave my country to study. From the point of view of a young person that doesn't understand anything but thinks that knows everything. And that's the beauty. And that's the beauty. And I managed to be, we can say successful, I don't know, we can say for sure recognized and happy in Europe because the system, which is merit-based, still, and I'm not sure for how long, allows you to do so. Allows you to build your future from zero. Even though you may not come from one of the G7 countries, being in Europe allowed you to do so. Let me close by asking you, ask questions. Never be afraid to put things into doubt.
All right.
Our aim is clear, EMA is for everyone. Our mission is possible, we need more transparency and knowledge accessibility. And our destination is in our sights. Only we all stand together, there is no limit to what we can achieve. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Anna. Yes. Talking about us, yes. I'm just going to ask them one question only because I will leave to the floor to ask them the questions because this is not just me, but it's always about you in order to understand more. And another thing, Susanna, you were talking about who am I? I remember there's a famous Jackie Chan movie back in the 80s about who am I? And I think, yes, we should ask who am I actually in EMA? Who am I in the community? Not yet even what and not yet even how, all right? But the first thing is actually who. All right, so I think we move into the second round where we would like to understand more about actually the positions that you are applied for, yeah? So we go for the Vice President first, yeah? So, Shaheen, all right? So since you are the only
Yes.
one in here, so we really would love to hear from you in the different perspective in terms of the, actually when we are talking about the responsibility of the Vice Presidents, yeah? And then you are supposed to support the Presidents. So,
Yes.
so how actually, in this case, that you see that this role actually implementing and how the President's leadership, all right, while maintaining your own strategic influence and value. All right?
Very good question. Yes. I think I will follow up along with what Raquel was saying, that, leading from the shadow. But at the same time, I would like to mention again Dr. Jenny's talk that, leading for a purpose. So it is also a strategic decision that why I applied for the vice presidency. And inside EMA, according to our internal regulations, we have responsibilities. We have all these 10 units, and these responsibilities are divided between the presidency. And most of all these units that goes under the presidency, I have worked with them. I have volunteered with them. But those that goes under the vice presidency, I had limited contact with them, but we can do more. So I love to take new challenges, and that is also part of my strategy, and that is also part of what I have learned actually. I am in the MBA for only just 6 months, but I'm learning since then. And what I learned about how the management board works, how EMA works, how we actually work along with all our sister concerns in ESA, and how European Commission is actually supporting us from every aspect. This is my strategic point that as a vice president, I can do all those administrative support that EMA now needs. Being based in the Brussels, in the heart of Europe, and also it is the high table set up there where everything is happening. I want to lead EMA to take on that high table. But at the same time, I don't want to put the presidency on the spot so that they will feel alone on there. So there will be always a strategically backup of the group of the people, the management board, the support of the management board, and the support of the presidency. So that I can always take the step up and at the same time step down, saying that this is not my own decision, this is a collective effort. Therefore, We will be having our place in the high table. At the same time, we will be having the support of the community. That is actually part of my strategic decision. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you so much, Shaheen. I was just sitting down because normally when I talk to Shaheen, he always have a long answer. So you are right. Timing is perfect, all right? And I think, yes, I think whatever that you were mentioning just now, and I think to support the president is really important as the vice presidents, because like sometimes you might not be in the same page, whatever it is, the missions that you wanted to do is not moving backwards, but moving forwards. Let's come to my question to Raquel, yeah? So Raquel, as the one of the candidate for the vice presidents, yeah? I really love when you said you addressed Tin just now. So Tin came from different regions, yeah? So in this case, we all coming from a different regions. How do you see as one of the candidate in this role, how do you think that you can foresee in support the president in terms of advancements of the imbalance of the activities in the region? Yes.
Thank you for the question. I think the core is active listening and listening to people. Because like I said, everyone is an expert in their contexts and in their fields. And so as management, part of the management board, as a human being, you need to listen to what the other people are saying. And then from there, I think in terms of leading, I've been teaching for so many years, listening to so many people. And what I'm good at is bridging. So listening to people and just making connections. Okay, Tim is coming from a region, he's doing things. And then I know that, say, people in other areas, in other countries, for example, I'm just gonna give a shout out to the, because I'm a proud representative of the Latino community here. What Tim is doing is great. And then the Bangladeshi team is doing something great as well. But then in Central America, Fernando and Ana over there from El Salvador and Nicaragua are doing amazing things as well. So I know that perhaps all those three people from all of Bangladesh and Myanmar are closer together. The realities of those three regions are different, but I know that they can learn from each other. Because I've listened to what they've done, I've seen what they've done online, and I just place a little thought. I put a seed in front of them, and then I let them water it if they want so that the ideas can spark. And I know in terms of regions, like I said, there are regions and there are countries that have what could be more space, or they just have more strength in numbers. I come from a 6 million country, so we are not many Paraguayans in EMA or in Erasmus Mundus in general. But I think if we listen to what people are doing, to say, for example, what the Nigerian country representatives are doing there, people in Kenya that are really, really active, we can have that knowledge transfer with other people in the region, and that knowledge transfer that can go to other regions as well. Because just like what we wouldn't think from smaller countries like Nicaragua or El Salvador, the things that they're doing, that can go into island communities. So the Caribbean, we don't have a lot of people from the Caribbean. We have someone from Mauritius here. But do we have many people in EMA active or in Erasmus Mundus present that are coming from other smaller regions? So I think that's important that we listen to each other, like Ashikur was asking, how many connections have you made? Think about, listen to people, and then just say, hey, I talked to somebody that can help. Why don't you start a project together? Or why don't you do something? So I think that's important, listening.
All right. Thank you so much, Raquel. Thank you so much. And I think that answer led to one of the sessions last night in Group 5, yeah, because we just not just to be seen, but also need to be feel and also need to be included. So whatever that you were saying just now, we have a visions in terms of gathering all of us together. Yeah, so now there are very, what we call it, questions to the vice presidents, and I think are going to be slightly emotional questions to presidents because you guys are going to lead us, right? Okay, so I think, Marvi, okay, my question is that, yeah, being a president, one of the candidates for the president is not, I mean, like the task, you know, both of you know, right? Okay, in face a major setback, okay, for examples like EMA, we don't have our financial sustainability, right? So if we're facing those major setbacks, such as funding loss, for examples, or even partner withdrawals, or even the members is not going to cooperate, right? So actually, how you foreseen that as a, what we call it, the president candidates in overcome this matter?
Thank you so much for the question. It's a very good point regarding financial sustainability. That's, I believe, that I have witnessed. I believe that's one of the major goals that should be for EMA, and it is to achieve financial sustainability. How do we achieve it? There are several ways. For instance, by introducing partners collaboration, by engaging with more partners, by investing and applying and receiving more projects. But then one of the major setback is knowledge management in EMA. As an association that is completely run by volunteers, everyone, I believe, who has served on the management board, we know when the knowledge transfer, or in fact, the knowledge management is an issue. So the existing members, how do they convey that information to the upcoming board members so the continuity remains? And we, not only the continuity remains, but we achieve even further and higher. How to overcome these challenges? I think I again would go back to my first point. That's more about collaborative approach. It's not one person's job. It's strengthening the entire team. So each and every individual that is on the team, they have this capacity to be informed and then to convey that information to the upcoming one. As a president, my role would be to make sure that this process of continuation remains. And it's not only for this next 2 years term, but for the generations to come. Last 19 years, everyone who has been volunteering, who has been on the management board, steering committees, all of you, the amount of work that I see just in last 1 year, I have true respect for you. The work that you have done up until so far, and I believe moving forward, we have to keep on continuing and fostering and growing it on it further. So I believe in community, and I think that would be the one.
All right. Thank you so much, Mary, for the answer. And I think that all of us, if you can agree with me, the audience here and also the audience in live sessions, that we need a leader, right? We need a leader. We don't need boss, right? We need a leader, yeah. So I think that will lead to a questions, and as one of the president's candidates, yeah. If you can agree with me, the communications. The communication is crucial, right? Between the executive board and also the rest of the members of EMA, yeah? So how you will ensure these collaborations and these communications can be maintained in order to make sure that we are success?
Thank you. Thank you, Hazari, and thank you also all the candidates. Would you like to sit before I ask?
Oh, yeah.
Would you like to sit?
Longer?
Would you like to sit?
3 minutes, yeah?
Yeah, I think it's a good idea because I also had the ICL knee moment. Not a good thing to stay so much. Thank you. So to get back to the question, communication. Some of you maybe have followed my campaign a little bit. I didn't campaign a lot because I also believe that you don't have to stress too much. The people leave them the capacity and the space to search, but I made an Instagram account called Ena for Emma. Which is actually a funny name of the words because my name is Anna and Emma. And actually, if selected, I plan to continue to use it because this is where I see the transparency of the communication. People need to know what's going on. People need to know what is the president doing. And I don't see the president as the top. I see the president as part of the team. It cannot be that the president is always on the spot. In an organization which claims to have 16,000 plus members, having only the president as a top figure doesn't make sense. Neither for the vice president, neither for the management board members. It makes sense where we are all on the same page. Of course, by definition, who has more responsibilities, has more responsibilities. It's like that, we cannot change that. But we need to have an equal level of understanding, an equal level of information processing, not only at the end, not only when it's over, but during the entire mandate, because this is the moment when we inspire people. This is the moment when people want to join us or want to become part of the family, because it's not that I give you the opportunity. You give me the opportunity and you give yourself the opportunity. It's not that I have to give you something. Okay, it's a little bit more. The volunteering organizations, yes, we all know it's very difficult to manage volunteering organization because they don't have a budget. First of all, EMA does have a budget, and it's being managed through the service support team. And second of all, EMA has the meaning, EMA has the impactfulness, EMA has the purpose. And in the last year, EMA has had projects. But it cannot be that in the 16,000+ members organization, the money are the first thing. And we cannot only listen about the sustainability, the financial sustainability, and don't think about the management of the communication and the sharing of your information. When Helen spoke yesterday, how many of you knew what she said? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. How many of you are board members? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The president 7. So only 3 people from the entire audience knew what's going on, understood what Helen is speaking. This is something that when I say we need transparency, this is what I mean. The membership needs to know how to access opportunities. The membership needs to understand the opportunities. The opportunities cannot only be for the board member, for the vice president, for the president. The communication doesn't happen at the end of the mandate. The communication happens at the beginning, and it goes, it flows. I want to open the community portal, and I'm sorry if I speak too fast, I get passionate. I want to open the community portal. I want to see what's going on and be like, okay, this is my organization. This is the organization where I'm a member of. This is happening. I can apply this, this, and that. I can do this, this, and this project. And it cannot be like we have to communicate afterwards. And once again, I ask you, it doesn't matter who wins, okay? But take the responsibility of yourself inside and ask questions. Ask accountability and ask for communication. It cannot be that only the General Assembly is the place where you get information. Not in Europe, not where we want democracy to continue working. Because all of us, if we are here today in Europe, is because someone gave us the chance. And this is very important to remember. Because we also have the responsibility for that, to keep it like that for the future generations.
All right, yes. Thank you so much. All right, yes. Communication is the key, but we do need to know that the communications also come in various ways. Sometimes we wait for the communication to come, and sometimes we have to seek for the information to come in order to understand the whole things. Sometimes we might not know what is going on, but sometimes, yes, again, we have to ask in order to get that information. But most of the time, the information is available on the website, but sometimes we have to seek for the information throughout the peoples from the organization. So I think that 4 of them has shown that actually their motivations and their visions and also how they're going to lead us. Because I do believe that when we talk about the leadership, it's not just bringing everyone from behind and let's go together. Sometimes the leadership also can be next to next. Okay, guys, come on, let's go. We go together. And most of the time, you guys are going to be in front. All right, going to be in front and at the back to push EMA in order to achieve what we're going to do. So whether you are in the front, whether you are at the back, or whether you are on the side. So the responsibilities remain there, and also the communications and all those, what we call it, the elements of the financial sustainability, and also looking towards the different regions, what we call it, the equality, even though you are small regions, and also not just working on the shadow, yeah? So again, I think I leave to the floor to ask questions, because I do believe that there's so many questions that you guys wanted to ask. Okay. So I think in this case, there's so many people. I think if I appreciate if we can make a line.
And if I can make a proposal, can we start from the membership, not from the management board, if that's fine?
Yeah. We wanted to have lines so that everyone can equally be given the opportunity to ask the questions. Yeah. Whoever wanted to ask a question, I think there's more hands were raised. So please, can you make to the side? Yes. And yeah, might be start with our members. Yeah, okay. Marco first.
Please follow the line. Maybe just
Okay.
5 seconds.
Test.
But please be reminded that whatever that we wanted to ask is there's no animals and there is no harms in making the experiment, those kind of words. But we would like to have a lively, positive engagement. Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Is this for
And-
questions or for a conga line? Because we can do both.
Yeah. And also, I appreciate that those wanted to ask a question only addressed to one questions only and addressed to only one candidate is possible. Because, yeah, because we wanted to give an opportunity.
Small kids, huh? It can be seen that you have small kids. That's what you do with the kids. Now you have to go back on the line.
And please, please refrain yourself from asking a personal questions. Yeah?
For me, you can ask. I'm open.
Personal questions for me is like, do you have like what? Okay.
Doesn't matter.
No. All right.
My
Mario.
question is for Ina. So I was hoping to ask everyone, but I can only choose one candidate. It's interesting, something that connects you all is the sense of privilege that takes you here. And I'd like to know, at the time when we celebrate, international mobility, and there's no more universities in Gaza, and there's no more, there's big accessibility issues to higher education in Sudan, in Congo, and we can bring, many other examples. How you're going to use your privilege to ensure that EMA is engaging in a political global conversation and that you're the vice president or the president, of all countries and not of a selected small numbers of, representatives.
Thank you so much, Marco. Thank you so much. It's a difficult question, but close to my heart. Very close to my heart. I'm not sure if I have the right answer on that, and thank you for asking me for that, because I think we should speak about these things. EMA has, from what I know, because I'm here only since September 2023, as a program representative of the Islands program, EMA has a privilege to attend different events in Brussels and globally, and maybe if someone from the management board member or the presidential team wants to explain what are they, because I don't know all of them, meaning that we get invited to attend policy-making events. I say we, not as me, but as EMA. One of the things that I said in my previous speech was that I want to attend those events. I will ask the membership to attend them. Because unless it's really necessary for the president to go, which I don't fully understand why, unless you have to sign something, I will invite our membership. Because we have memberships also from those countries that you mentioned, and they're not only, Gaza is for sure the most difficult hotspot right now for this humanity, and we have lost humanity there. But there are other countries as well, as you said, Sudan, Congo, etc. While I, as a privileged one, and I'm a privileged one, even though they're more privileged, but I am privileged, okay, for the 98% of the world, I would give my place. Okay, there doesn't have to go the president, and I mean this with my heart. If you find me going to events where I did not have to go, you can text me, call me, hold me accountable, but I want those people to go, those people to be heard. It's not possible to go, I would like them to be online. It's not possible to go, I will read their speech if needed, or someone else from the team. But we need to give those people the opportunity to speak, because even if I speak on behalf of someone who's living that, I will never be able to. I'm not who they are. Last year we had this issue in our master where they didn't want to accept it's not that they didn't want to accept, but it was difficult due to logistical reasons to work out the applications for the people from Gaza. I fight it for that, and I'm not saying that I did something amazing, because I think it's a human right, it's normal to do that, but together with my colleagues, and some of you who know my colleagues may already know that, we ensure that those people can apply and those people can have access. I cannot answer in whole your question, but for sure what you're going to get from me is access for those people and their voice to be heard.
All right.
On all the plenary where we can attend.
Okay.
And I ask you to hold us, me or whoever is elected, accountable for this, because this is not a personal issue. This is issue of the organization, and EMA, I see it as a small United Nations. So we have the obligation to represent everyone. Not one, not two, not three, not 20 countries or 40 as we are here. 193 members, 163 in our case. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Marco. Thank you so much, Anna. So I believe that the next questions will go to a different panel so that we have an equals.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you so much for your, and I just noticed I was the only one now from the, no, Razi is here, from the management. No, I actually, this is privileged to be here, and I have been with Emma actively from 2016, and I have seen presidential debate. This is, I think, my fourth time. And I have seen presidents coming and going, Emma evolving. One thing which I have always noticed from my starting from 2016 when I joined, we all come here and we are very enthusiastic. We come to the GA. We are very, when we leave, we are very motivated to work for Emma. And this is a question for everyone. Then after 2 months, what happened that this graph, which our motivation, which is at the peak, goes down. And it's not just one president, one thing, because we are human, we see an incentive to come to GA and we are become active. And then it remains few months when it's only the presidency or the management board which is actually running. And there are few volunteers, I would say, those I have seen there, and they are very active. How do you would like to address this issue of this, how say, going up and down, because ultimately you will be the one who will be leading? How you would like, and I would request a reply in few words, not like going in detail, that how would you motivate this constant motivation to have that whatever we are here, 100 people, be here all throughout the year for the working actively for Emma.
All right. Okay, so I think the questions is to all, but I think, okay, all right, okay.
Yeah, because
Only
I
one
was
person,
just,
yes.
thank you so much, Tarun, for this question. This is a very good question, like very, and why I took the mic, sorry, before saying anything else, because we were just talking about it yesterday in our session, I think in the breakout room 4, that how we do that, how we keep motivation. And from yesterday's General Assembly panel discussion, I think you remember what Jenny was actually talking about, that how, what drives us, what motivates us to become, volunteers. And there we are talking about leading with purpose. And the leading with purpose is actually the main motivation for our all proactive volunteers. Whoever is coming here, everyone is volunteering, everyone is feeling the need that there is a purpose that needs to fulfill, and we are coming to actually fulfill the purpose. We are coming here to actually serve, and it is our privilege to actually volunteer, and we want to do that. But at the same time, when we are coming from different backgrounds, our purposes, our outlooks, our perspectives, they are different. What I am practicing in the Policy and Quality Assurance Unit, I am privileged here to be the director and the volunteering here. I understand people are coming from different backgrounds, and their values, of course, they're all meaningful, and those values are all they are purpose driven, that they are coming here. And there is a difference between how they see these values to be maintained and mentioned. And that's where I try to inspire them. I don't know how much I can inspire them, but I try to inspire them to actually uphold those values, those purposes throughout their work. That's why, for example, in the EMA for equity, and where we actually uphold for the equitable opportunities for everyone, for their experiences regarding toward their mobility, we found many volunteers, students and alumni who are coming outside of EU. That is some purpose that they want to uphold, and they are there. But at the same time, when we want to go for the policy making and the decision making process, how we can do it, these all the nerdy jobs, I find more EU citizens who are actually very actively aware of the political situation, what's happening in EU, and as EMA is based in EU, they are already aware of what they can actually support, what they can actually give back to the community. So
Okay.
that purpose gives them. Thank you so much.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Shaheen. I think we also would like the person that would like to ask the questions, a very short and simple, short questions. And also we wanted to give an opportunity for the rest of the panels to answer as well. So hopefully to give short and precise answer as well. So yes, my dear.
Okay, is this working?
Okay, so just to keep it short, I am still Erasmus Mundus student and I'm PR, so I'm more engaged with my peer students, and I'm coming from the student perspective. So this is more a question to presidency candidates, because I'm just about to get to know you and decide what will happen for the next generation of the presidency. And I would like to know how your own Erasmus Mundus experience, as your life experience when you were students or you are students, and make it a bit maybe more personal, like your life experience. How is it inspiring you and influencing you for your upcoming role if you become the president?
Yes, Marvi then. Yeah.
Thank you so much for the question. I would just start from the very beginning. I come across from a very small town in Pakistan, where even access to girls' education is not possible. So we have a very limited college because it's a co-education college, and their co-education is not allowed. So I come from that background, and it was an achievement for me when I reached the university. Like, I remember my father, he's no more with us, but we didn't have those kind of means. And the way he managed resources for me to just travel from there to another part of the city, not another part of the city, but like 1 hour drive city, to go to the university to attend the education. I think I am a living example of coming from underprivileged backgrounds and then going to DAD, attending Erasmus+. This shows that if we have motivation and determination, we can do a lot. From a student perspective, I will come back to the first point, that why do we have one program representative? It's actually understanding the role of the program representative, because the program representative has the opportunity to lead all the students, in not only in their cohort, but for the next 2 years, all the students, by providing them guidance and the motivation to not only be active, to engage. Because what a program representative is doing, a program representative is actually a bridge, not only between the students and between the program, but it's like a triangle link. So between students, EMA, and the program coordinators, by bringing student issues and becoming a student voice to us. So I believe that as a program representative, it would be all the responsibility of the program representative to bring those issues to us, and then our responsibility to make those issues being heard at the policy level.
Of course, thank you. Just sorry for the interruption. We will, I think, go to Anna, but just to make sure that I understood correctly, so you have done DAAD and you have done Erasmus Plus, not Erasmus Mundus, right?
No, Erasmus Mundus.
Mundus,
Yeah,
okay.
Okay, my dear.
So because
All right.
it's Erasmus, the
Yeah.
entire
All right.
big program.
Okay, otherwise she's not going to be here because she's not part of Erasmus Mundus. All right, yes, please. So
Yes.
we move into the next. I'm sorry, my
okay,
dear. I'm
okay.
sorry because I wanted like everyone. Now Raquel is in the line
Yeah.
waiting. Then we can.
But I mean, we also have to recognize the members, no? What they want. we talk about recognizing our members.
Then we can shuffle.
But please feel free to sit, Hazaria. You're boring me, eh? Please feel free to do that.
Great. Hello, everyone. My name is Arme Ibrahim from Nigeria, and also the PR for the EMI program. My question goes to Raquel. So during yesterday's co-creation session, one of the key takeaways was the absence of updated and valuable resources for PRs to onboard their cohorts or their fellow students, and based on EMA's activities and projects. So my question is, based on your experience as the TMU lead, how would you address the challenges PR face in orientating and onboarding new members into EMA?
Thank you, Aaron, for the question. And that was part of the mandate that I had that we didn't get to accomplish. We accomplished other things, but that was one that we didn't get to finish. And it's in the pipeline, and part of it, it's been done. That's a volunteering hub where part of the PRNet team, it's already creating some resources, and we need to create a space where people can access that information. As we were saying, there are things that are updated. As Marvi was mentioning, that PRs are bridges. There is a lot of knowledge transfer that was spoken as well. that we need to create. And so this volunteering hub that needs to be set and go live, it will be a space where not only PRs, but any member can go and find out resources and find out whether it's a video or whether it is documents or whether it is how do we say, experiences from others, so people leaving their recommendations. So it's not going to be a community portal, but it's going to be, let's call it, for lack of a better word, Coursera, or a space where we can just go and find out information that we can use and that needs to be updated when there's new things coming. So that's still in the works, and that's still something that we recognize. We understand that it's needed because out here, out of the 4 candidates and 5 if we take on Niction, we have 4 people that have served at one time or another in the student and alumni unit, and we recognize and understand that need. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Raquel. So the first round of the panels already answers the questions, and I hope that we want to answer each and of them. But I appreciate that if you can answer in the very right, so that we can address all the questions. Okay, yes, my dear.
I spent 10 years in Italy. I'm not brief. I'm sorry. All have their problems, but I cannot be brief.
All right. I'm Caroline, but my questions will be for the presidency. If it's only for one, you can decide between both of you who will answer. In EMA, see the faces here, we come from different parts of the world. The diversity could be our strength, but there's another flip of a coin of it. It could be challenges in terms of communication, in terms of how you receive and giving feedback, whether it's direct communication or not. And then it could be hurtful for some culture to be, if you tell them that it's not a good job. And then you, as a future leader of EMA, what is your insight of this? And what is your strategy to make sure like all this diversity can be heard, can be seen, and can do their best for our community in EMA? Thank you.
Aina or Marvi can answer that.
We can try to do both fast. I'll try to do fast.
Yes.
I think that what you say, the other side of the flip of the coin for diversity, is a fancy way to say we cannot work together. And I don't agree with that. I think that diversity is really accepting each other. If you come from the point of view where you're open to accept the other person to 100%, and you're grateful for the opportunity to accept it, and to be able to exchange with people who are diverse than you, you don't have problems. But there is another point, the ego. The ego needs to go away. There is cultural differences. I'm different than you are, you're different than I am, and everyone else is different from each other. But as long as you do things in good faith, educated, with an open heart, and you put the common grounds in terms of that we need to talk about things, I don't think that that people can get offended and that people can feel hurt. Of course, it's the right of the people how they want to feel. Absolutely, I'm not saying that's not like that. But I bring here years of working across different continents. I've worked in Africa, I've worked in only in China and Asia, unfortunately. I've worked a lot in the Caribbean, I've worked across Europe. And one thing that I know is that we are all humans. And big agendas are convincing us that we're not. But at the end of the day, we're all humans, and if we have the understanding and the humility, well, you know, we say in Italian, be humble, sto umile, it is something that we can achieve. Because we cannot only have the narrative of, yeah, we are diverse, we need to respect, we need to be afraid that people won't get. We need to be humans. We are diverse, we need to respect each other, we need to recognize our diversity, but at the end of the day, what I would like everyone to remember, we are human, and we are here. All of us, we came here to search for a better world. And this is the thing that connects us all, in general.
I think, Marvi, I leave that question because I wanted all of them to ask. Yes. Thank you so much, Caroline. Yes.
Hi, I am Sadad. My question is to Vice Presidency candidates, especially to Shaheen. EMA has a large number of inactive volunteers, and they are also not sometimes properly recognized. So if you got elected or selected, what step will you take to make them more engaged and make them more feel like they're a part of EMA.
Thank you. Thank you. I think the answer will be aligning with the previous question that I actually answered, so I will try and this time very brief, that finding their purposes. They're coming here proactively, they're doing the works pro bono, and what drives them, what motivates them? It's actually finding that as a, if as a good leader, that should be my one of the strength, that I know what purpose drives you. Considering, let's imagine that you are the volunteer. I should know what drives you, what motivates you, and then help you to channelize that for the greater community.
All right, thank you. So we move on. Andrea, yes?
Hello. Hi, everyone. Last minute, I was leading yesterday one of the breakout sessions. We were talking about the challenges that volunteers face. Firstly, we were thinking about challenges like time management or not having enough support from coordinators or people in our country. But then it turned out that for most people in our room, challenges were within EMA. So it was a lot of bureaucracy, a lot of processes, and having to wait long times for people to get an answer and to be able to move forward and collaborate effectively and get things done on time. So I would like to know what is your proposal, if you can do it very briefly, on how to address this without also falling into idealistic ways or that would not comply with our processes or with legal affairs. So please let us know very briefly what is this.
Presidents or vice presidents, candidates? Anyone? Yeah.
I would like very briefly for both sides.
No, I think Marvi had to
Yeah,
answer.
but I'm giving it to her.
Yes.
It's okay.
Thank you so much.
We're equal here.
Thank you so much, Andrea, for the question. I believe the biggest challenge that we often overlook, all of us, that at the end of the day, we all are humans and we all are here as volunteers. Sometimes there are some unexpected expectations from all of us, including the management board as well, and also for the volunteers. I think the main key is communication. And when we are operating in completely virtual environment, it's a bit difficult to be all the time communicative, but I think if we make communication more stronger and make everyone to become part of it, to continuously take the leadership roles, I believe we could address these issues. Because what's currently happening, we are really lacking resources, and we need that, and we need all of you. And that's what exactly the question that Tarun said before as well. With the curves of volunteering, we need to improve that, and for that, we need the support of all of you to be more engaged so that we have those hands. We really want to help and answer each and every question, but imagine receiving like thousands of emails and then prioritizing how to answer, which one to answer. It's a bit tricky, so we need resources. I would say that one.
So, as a team white at the corner, this was all planned. We talked about it yesterday. This is what we're going to do. And to address really quickly, and I'm sorry. So what we need to do in general is set up, because we talked about intercultural communication, etc. So what we need to set up is standards. So standards of understanding that we're all volunteers and we have other things beside our volunteering, and that we all communicate in different ways because we're from different backgrounds and we lived in different time zones. So we need to, in order to address things in a timely manner, but timely manner for me, it's different when I am 17-hour difference with another volunteer in my unit. So we need to set up some standards in terms of replying within 48 hours of message sent or such a thing. So we need to set up a standard so that we can answer in a timely manner that is respectful for the person sending the query, but also that's understanding of the time zones and accomplishments and responsibilities that we all have.
All right, thank you. And we move to the next.
Hello everyone, I'm Famida. If I have the authority, I would have asked that, can we just select all four of them? Because they're so qualitative and like, it's very difficult for me as a voter to choose just one person. But just to maintain the procedure, my question is towards Anna. Excellent speech today. I was impressed. I was also watching the presidential debate, and there was a concern about your communication style being a little bit intense for someone, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with it. We all have our own style. I just wanted to ask, if you were selected, how will you ensure communication based on inclusivity, respect, and appreciation if you are selected? Thank you.
All right, so the question directly to you, so I have to later on to equally divide it, yeah? All right.
Yeah. So first, thank you for the questions. And when I said I accept personal questions, I do accept. When I said before that cultural differences are differences, when I speak, always, I speak from the heart, okay? When I apply for things, I apply from the heart. When you see me in my communication that I'm stronger, too direct, too on the point, is because I mean it. If I applied for this position, it's because last year, when I left the General Assembly, I was disappointed. This year, it means 2024, 2025, I felt frustrated so many times. And I'm sure this is something that many of you have felt. Why I felt frustrated? Because I never got answers. I have so many emails from Emma to Emma I never got answers on. And that debate sparkled inside me what I feel on behalf of the members. And now you can say, how can you identify with the members? But I believe that like, if something happens, it happens because it has happened to many other people. And the people who are reaching out to me afterwards, and I'm sorry I had to say this before, but I'm watching my phone because people from the online debate who are following online are texting and asking questions and everything. So we're trying to also kind of involve them as well, not only who we are here, is because I speak from what has happened. I would like to invite you all in case I'm selected, but also if I'm not, don't be afraid to say, it's too much for me, I cannot. Please change your style. It's too much for me, I cannot. Please be softer. We need to stop the conversation now because it's not for me. Do not be afraid to do so, with me or with anyone else in your life. If you don't feel well after someone has taught to you, it is their fault, but it's also your fault if you don't say it. And I thank you for voicing that here today and for letting me know that and for letting also all other candidates know that. Because, again, whoever is elected, this is not a CEO top position. This is a leader's position for a voluntary movement. And this is very important to remember all the time. And people should be held accountable for everything, from communication to the actions they're taking.
All right.
It's important.
All right, my dear. Thank you so much. We have a very limited of time, and we might not be able to answer the online because we have another, but I think we have only 15 minutes more
Dr.
left.
Hajaria.
Wait, my dear. Because we have to control, because you have to give your wrap up. So if we do not precisely while maintaining the times.
What do we have next on the agenda? Maybe we can give 10 more minutes so people can ask their questions.
Yeah, so that's why I wanted to address. Are you adding up more? Oh, come on, my dear. Okay. All right. Okay. So I have to be fair in here. So I think Shaheen did not answer yet. So this question will go to Shaheen. All right? Yes, Razi.
Thank you very much, Hazaria. If I may waiver my question into a perhaps request for the upcoming presidency and vice presidency regarding time, emphasizing that we've seen many have perhaps went over time in speaking and in doing many other things, emphasizing that time is resources and time is part of our life as volunteers. So that's all what we can offer for Emma. That should be very much appreciated. So I hope that whoever is perhaps elected as president or vice president is very much conscious of volunteers' times as their effort to ensure efficiency moving forward. And Emma, so efficiently, I waiver my question to my colleague.
Thank you so much, Razi. Shaheen, I have to.
Yeah, thank you.
Let's the questions, yeah.
Yeah, thank you so much. Maybe you want it for Shaheen, but I had a question because I actually came up after the speeches of the presidents. And I really like the fact that Anna mentioned about asking questions. And I want to start by thanking our first questioner, Marco, for bringing up the topic of Gaza. And that's why I also want to ask Anna, because asking questions is something I like. I like awkward conversations, because that's how you figure out the real problems. So from your experience working with Emma so far, what is the one thing that you feel, even if it's uneasy or unpopular, that needs to be changed, that made you go like, por favore, now? Oh, sorry.
Okay, okay, I'm sorry. I have to control this here because I want to be fair to each of these.
Yes, I will answer in one word.
Okay, one word.
Transparency. You need to know where people are, where your board members are, and where your presidents are. That's it.
Yes. Thank you so much, Anna. Okay, next, yes, please, Reagan.
Yes. Hello, everyone. I'm Reagan, country representative for Zimbabwe. So I've been volunteering with EMA since 2021. And I think one of the questions that normally I usually ask, I think, when it comes to presidential debates like this is to do with leadership. So I had different questions initially, but then of course, as people were asking more and more, I still had to see myself coming back again to that question. Thanks to, Caroline, when she had a question she asked that was directed to Ina, but of course, I'm directing it to anyone who hasn't yet spoken to say, because, you know, it's a global organization, and one of the key things that you need as a leader is to be well equipped in the role that you are taking, because in terms of, you know, personal experiences or personal, opinions, it may not always work, but rather also being fully equipped as a leader can be something that is helpful. So my question is, how would any one of you ensure that as you take on this role, together also with your management team, you are going to be well equipped before you, at least maybe in the beginning of your journey, so that you ensure that your leadership skills are adequate to ensure that EMA is going to where it's supposed to go? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Yeah, I think Shaheen has to answer that, yeah. Then we shuffle again. Yeah.
But I thought the question is actually for the presidency.
No, I think it's for all. Yes.
Okay.
It's open.
Okay. Yeah. Regarding leadership skills and management and leading actually a volunteer-driven organization, that is a bit tricky that I have already mentioned. And that is, I feel honestly repeating myself, because the leading with purpose and finding everyone's purpose and holding their hands and leading them together horizontally, that is the purpose-driven, volunteer-fueled organizations, you know, way ahead for the generations after generations.
All right, thank you. Adding up more too. Okay, I reserve until here first. Okay, let's see. Okay, my dear, you can try.
All right, I might surprise you. If I ask, can I ask 2 questions?
But you can always ask after, eh?
Yeah.
We're also here after, so you can.
Okay, great. So, I'm Hind, and I'm from Sudan. I am the CR for Sudan currently. And I would like to thank Marco for bringing up the topic, because I will build on his question. When I applied, I received a scholarship email like 1 month before the war. And unfortunately, we had to evacuate to Egypt. I was lucky enough that the consulate in Egypt was able to help me. But as I connected with other accepted students from Sudan, we heard a lot about the visa issues. When they are, for example, displaced in Libya or displaced in another country, they get to tell them, no, we cannot process your papers from this consulate, for example. So they would tell them to go to another country, which requires now, with the current situation, unfortunately, they have to go another visa process so they can go to other country to start processing their visa. So I would like to ask how EMA can help in that, and this can be taken by Anna and
I think I will let Raquel, because yeah.
I'll answer to you personally because I have experience in this. But, yeah.
Yes, Raquel, please.
Thank you. I might not have my voice entirely, but I'm here. Thank you for the question. As a volunteer of a few years, and I also worked for my program for a while, and was part of EMAC, which is the Association of Consortia, that the issue of visas and residence permits was also an it's an issue for both sides, the students and the coordinators. In terms of what EMA can do, and Rassi talked a little bit about it yesterday, there are things that EMA can do in terms of liaising with the coordinators, liaising with other spaces. So, but our resources as an organization are limited because it's beyond what the organization can do and sometimes beyond what the universities and the programs can do, other than asking and talking, like what I said earlier, the listening. So asking and thinking, okay, I remember someone else had that issue and they solve it this way, or that way. So it's just like having that knowledge transfer and knowing how to connect people, because that is, I'm from a small country, but my passport surprisingly is quite strong, so I don't need a visa to come here as a tourist, but I know the fight. And so what we can do as an organization is just connect. Unfortunately, beyond that, there isn't much, but we have the legal team is awesome with information and the connection with the coordinations.
Okay, thank you so much, Raquel. I think we might not be able to take any questions, but just a bit of additional, just a quick one. Yeah, because like the signal already said that to stop, because I want to hear the wrap up. We want to hear the wrap up from all of you. Yes, okay. Just a quick one.
Just quickly on the visa issue.
Yeah.
So we conducted visa survey that we recently in the Brussels meeting in February. We presented the visa survey to the European Commission, raising this issue about the visa surveys. Also, in the legal team as well, we are trying to create. Right now, our legal team is providing this facilitation to the students who have issues, but we need to make it more create more awareness about it, so our students don't know, and that's what we want the program representatives to know actually, and then spread this information so we could help them. But we have already raised this issue with the European Commission, and we are planning to have it like more policy debates on it in the upcoming years. Yeah.
Okay. See, it's difficult, to be fair, but I think it's not for me.
No.
It's for you and for all. So I would like to please let the audience to have from online. I believe that we could not take the online because I think we have to value the. Yeah. Okay. Combined question, both of you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, I'm Mehdi Hassan Milu from EMGM EMATech program, and I'm the representative of it because I like mostly for the leadership. And you always mention about the leadership. So leadership is not such a thing like to commanding others. Rather, it has to take the responsibilities and to manage everything like crisis management, man management, and time management. But for EMA, it has a very good units and many efforts. If I want to ask for Anna, because she is actually talking about more leadership. So, for example, you mentioned that actually you don't have that much experience, for example, in the management board or something that you, nearly just entered. So in this case, half of the board disagrees with the vote, for example. So how you will unify your leadership there in the management board?
That was my question.
Perfect! Oh my God! Okay.
So, first of all, thank you for the question.
Sure.
I appreciate it a lot.
Second
of all, I do have management experience, a lot, unfortunately.
Sorry,
Unfortunately, I founded successful 2 companies who have 20 people employed right now.
I'm talking actually regarding
And
EMA.
in the volunteers organizations, I have always had experience in the management positions. That's why I don't agree that volunteering needs to be paid. And that's why we need to find the purpose. In EMA, I don't have management board experience because I did not have the access to it. Because I was refused without any further explanations. And those mails are still pending. So that's just to add on that. And I thank you for your question, but I also want everyone else to think about another thing. It's not EMA the only experience. And we have to be open to newcomers. We have to be open to other management boards to join. The application for management board is 31st of May, correct? Apply. Because EMA is for everyone.
One line, yeah. I'm interested in seeing a very the way this energy to keep going for the next 2 years. So what if one of you, the president, is not getting along with the vice president after this election. How are you going to deal with the personal conflict just to make sure that all of us are having fun and not having the bad energy? How are you going to do with it? How are you going to manage with each other?
Thank you, my dear. Okay, I promise that's the last one.
Yeah.
All right. Might be
So
each
that's-
and both can.
That's a great question. And I think Anna mentioned it earlier, so it's about ego, so it's about the organization. So whether I like a person or not, I've been teaching for 20 plus years. Hello, Gen X. Sure. And I worked in different countries with different people. I didn't always like the people I worked. People didn't like me. But that doesn't have to take from what we're doing and the objective and the goal. And the goal is EMA, and the goal is spreading the word, and the goal are projects. So it has to be about listening, and the ego can there. So I don't like you, fine, but I can still work with you.
And I have to respect you.
Yes. All right. Okay. Okay. So I think I will leave the floor. Thank you, everyone, for the engaging sessions. I know more people wanted to ask questions, and I think all the panels agree that the questions is really, really come to the heart in order to understand more about you. And I think I will leave the floor to wrap up. Yes. Okay. So I would like to have like 2 minutes in each and. 1 minute. Oh,
1 minute
come
to wrap up.
on. Okay, we try to fit in, yeah? So that each and every one of you can make a wrap up of whatever that you wanted to say towards your candidates. But my dear, I think we start with the Vice President. Shaheen will, is the position.
I don't know. I guess.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Wrapping up for my vice presidency candidacy, that is something else. But here has been some questions and issues arise. So I would like to take the opportunity to actually address them rather than making it about me. Let's make it about us. So when you say that you got frustrated and lack of the communication and it frustrated you, I feel you. I was the same way before entering the management board, and then my frustration level went into a management board level frustration. So yes, so when you say that there was no communication after that, I want to address. You communicated with me as a members coordinator that in the community portal it's not working for you, and I emailed you back for some information and documentation, and I didn't hear from you for 7 months. So I don't know. I mean, from that part, I am clear as a members coordinator, and at the same time the PQA unit director as well. That's one thing, and the second is regarding the communication and the transparency. After coming inside the management board, I understand the first green paper I started, even before getting the digital office access, which I started from my personal level, the communication and the transparency green paper for the policy, because our policies are still limited to
All right.
4 policies. Yes.
Okay, Shaheen, thank you. So Raquel, please.
All right, so short and sweet. It's about motivation and it's about listening. And motivation is never going to be steady. So yeah, we're super hyped now, and motivation is going to go down, it's going to go up. And sometimes the motivation is for personal, professional reasons that people disappear. But it's about communication. So I have to disappear for 6 months because I'm taking on a new job, or because something happened personally. So let's listen to why people are not communicating, why they're not active. Let's respect that and find ways so that they can continue working after that period, or even if it's shorter or longer, so that we can the work can carry on, and keep creating platforms for others, because that's what we're doing. We're creating platforms for ourselves and for others, so more people have access to great education and learning in a classroom and in formal and non-formal settings like this. Education is not only about 4 walls and a teacher in front of you. It's about this. We're learning here all the time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Raquel.
Thank you so much. I believe disclosure of knowledge could be maybe a short-term goal, but disclosure of knowledge should be meaningful and impactful. So we shouldn't look beyond, okay, we have access to all the knowledge, but what impact it's gonna create. That should be our aim and main goal, and strengthening each other's capacity, not just by the management board, but all of us, because all of us received this chance to come to Europe and to study at the leading institutions, and being privileged, we share these privileges with others in our communities and give back to the society and community and give back to the EMA community. Stay strong and stay motivated and keep on communicating with us. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Marvi. Thank you, Shahan. Thank you, Raquel, for applying and for taking the lead to do this, to be today here. And thank you all for being here. As a closing, what to say? Legal matters and long answers. We say in the Balkans, you miss the stump. It means that you don't have the will, the knowledge, and the responsibility to answer. Long answers, or like delayed answers, are missing of leadership and responsibility. I prefer to have an answer even in a one phrase than to wait or not to have an answer. And this is my promise to you. My answers may be short, maybe too direct, maybe I don't know, because I don't know everything, and no one knows everything, but they're gonna arrive. Visas. It's very easy to say for the visas, we prepared a report. The institutions love reports, as the same way as they love long answers. I've worked in the UN as an external contractor, where I ensured that people from Sudan, from the streets of Sudan, and also from other countries, as Syria, attended high-level UN conferences. How I did it? I worked in entire logistics. I never got out of the phone. You call, you send emails, you make pressure, but you're not afraid to do it. You're not afraid to say, oh, but they're gonna see my name. Who knows if I'm gonna have to need that contact for something else? And now I took the wrong battle. As long as you take battles for humanities, for human people, this battle is good. So I promise I won't be afraid to put my name for the cause that is for humanity.
All right.
And last but not least, remember the privilege. Remember the privilege. You vote here for 16,000 other people. And remember tomorrow, the day after, on Monday, to think about what you have, what we all have, and how we can give back to our communities today, tomorrow, without losing the engagement curve, and at the same time, by giving back to our communities. You're not less important if you're not a management board member. You're not less important if you're not a president. You're human, and that's the most important thing. And every work you do matters.
Okay.
Thank you all.
Okay. All right. I think with that, each and every one of the candidates has voiced up all the concerns, all the issues of the, what we call it, the motivation for them to be selected by us, yeah? To be selected by us in order to drive us for another 2 years. And I think there is no wrong, there is no right, but I think all of us are doing the same thing for the better of the EMA. So I think I would like...
And before Isaac, can we just give Hazaria a hand for being a rock star? Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Actually, I do hope that whatever that we are doing here is not for the, is again, for us for better EMA. So I believe that we have the right to vote for those who are eligible to vote. And please, I think Dr. Ashikur will help us to further elaborate more details on the timing so that we'll not miss the time. And again, I think, I mean, the power is on our hand to vote, but do not judge it as accordingly to the emotion, but if I evaluate it in terms of the, what we call it, things that we wanted to drive through in 2 years. And also, I think we voted also, do not forget, vote it from the heart, no matter what it is, no matter how it is. So again, thank you so much for being patient with us. And thank you again. Big round of applause for them. Thank you so much.
Can we go? Can we take a picture? All of us four? As a memory? Monsieur le photographe? Est-ce que vous pouvez nous faire une photo, s'il vous plaît?
Okay. They deserve this, right? Thank you so much, all the listeners who are watching us online. It was you, that's why we are here today. Thank you for joining. Should I join?
I should join. Yes, please.
Electoral committee, please stay here.
Sure.
Okay, TFOS representing electoral committee, there are 6 people. Dr. Jane El Marco, Dr. Katarina Fail, and Dr. Shiram Jain. They are watching us online.
Hello.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Hello. Queso. Thank you.
Freestyle.
Hello.
Is it a farewell for us?
No, it is welcoming for us. Come on.
Thank you. Azania? Oh, good. Okay. Okay. Yes.
Dear colleagues, can you lock the door forever? Why you are taking the doors every single minute? Guys, yesterday we had 9 amazing co-creation topic in 10 different rooms, 2 times. So we are actually 12 minutes late. That means we have to cover this time. Yesterday our target was to go for like 3 minutes each for each co-creation session. I request you to make it short, 2 minutes each for each co-creation. Just make the main words that you would like to convey. I'd like to welcome moderator Ms. Razan Rashid and Halido Abdullah in order to continue the session on co-creation results and key takeaways from yesterday. Can you make a big hand for this?
Hello, everyone. So for the takeaways, we will need only 1 sentence for each co-creation session. So for the first session, Anna and Almaz, who's going to... okay. 1 sentence.
That's too less. We have a lot of Okay, thank you so much. I'm going to be short. So yesterday our topic was investing in the future, strategic roadmap of the EMA, and it's pretty much related with our vice presidency and presidency debates. So we had several challenges that were identified. One was about the career challenge. As we know that in Erasmus Mundus, it's very hard to be in one country because you're moving a lot. So one of the solutions was that we can make more career empowerment for our Erasmus Mundus students and such kind of like do workshops such as like startup accelerators and so on. Another point was about making a better like platform for reconnecting with each other as alumni, and one of the solutions was that it can be not only based on the program that we studied, but based on the field that we are actually working right now, because sometimes we have transitions in the career. The third point was that in some programs, although EMA is very much like popular, still some people don't know about it. And there were some people that mentioning, we only heard about EMA when there was an announcement that we got about the poster competition. So even though we don't have a PR in EMA, the solution that was suggested was that we asked the project coordinators, like the official working people in the programs, at least to mention that EMA exists and what it is for. And the next point was about to have a fixed dates in the recruitment of the volunteers, because we're recruiting people all over the year within the EMA, but sometimes it's hard because it takes time to train the people. So the suggestion was that to recruit the people, the volunteers, twice a year, and also to have fixed training sessions for them, so it's much easier to smooth the cooperation and the process. And the final point was about the management board. There was a suggestion that the management board makes once a year or twice a year a session and explaining the people what they're actually doing as a part of management board, so that those who are interested to apply are much more willing and they know the details much more like in detail. So that's in short. Thank you.
Thank you, Almaz. For co-creation, the room 2, engaging with communities, it was mainly for ESA partners, and you can find all the information in the lobby regarding all our ESA. So we'll move forward for the brainstorming session. Caroline and Giselle, if there is, you will? Okay. Yes. Welcome, Caroline.
Thank you.
So I'm representing Giselle and Razi here because we led the co-creation session of project ideation. Specifically, we aim at ESA Working Package 3 as we discussed about it. So I'm proud to say that we had 10 project ideas from 2 sessions. And I would like to invite 7 of the project subgroup representatives to share with us the projects in 1 minute, okay? I invite Carolina Van Peres, Arome Ibrahim, Kisa Fatima, Linda Paulanska, Enzo Garcia, Muhammad Rajani, and Muhammad Sunan to come forward. Just share about the project that you have, or we have discussed yesterday.
Can we make it briefly, please?
Yes.
1 minute. All right, guys. As I only have 1 minute to tell, so I wanted to share, like, whenever we get selected for a scholarship, we move to a country. And when we move to a country, of course, we have to find the accommodation. So the main agenda was the problem in finding the accommodation. Even though there are a lot of platforms online which give you the accommodation, but there are mostly scams as well. I have seen that, so why I presented this idea? Because just like EMA has a lot of information, EMA can be a trustworthy platform for the upcoming students. And we can connect the alumni with the prospective students, and we can guide them about like where to find the accommodation. Just like we have ESN group, ELL group, that's how EMA can also provide the information regarding the panels. And that would be just like why the students should follow the EMA, because EMA has a trust. And it's not just the EMA, it's the Oceans, it's the SF, it's the WEBA as well. And that's what I wanted to tell, because I also face a problem in finding the accommodation, and people also get scammed, students mostly. So that's the issue I raised, and we can also do some seminars and webinars regarding that. So thank you.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? Okay, so I'll be representing Group 3, and our problem statement was basically, we noticed that even though the Erasmus program is simply amazing, it does not cover key regions of the world. Most regions are underrepresented or have little or no participation in the Erasmus Mundus program. So we came up with an idea called the EMA body system, whereby CRs or PRs or current students within a particular region have the opportunity to mentor students that are willing to apply for the program. So not just current students, but what happens after Erasmus. So also looking at a system whereby the alumni network can also mentor current students in their final year, sharing insights on job opportunities for those that want to explore academia, and also opportunities for internships. So it's going to be a two-way system for current students, for prospective applicants, and also for the alumni network to connect and share ideas. So basically the EMA alumni system. Thank you.
Okay. As Europe today faces lots of challenges, and we have so many members from different backgrounds under the umbrella of ESA in different organizations, we decided to hold an event in Albania for approximately a week to focus on technical European challenges, and we will have a call for different technical backgrounds, and then we gather together, and there would be intensive workshops and cooperation opportunities to form a small teams, to form a startup that solve these challenges. And here is the idea we come up in the breakout sessions, and which fortunately leads to multi-million-dollar startups, and even more that solve global challenges in different small teams, which have the potential of expanding globally. Thank you.
left side mic is better if you try this.
Which one?
This one, yeah.
This one. Hello. Hey, so our team came up with basically a problem that across different countries people don't know about EMA and Erasmus Mundus programs. And well, when we brainstormed about possible solutions, then of course one way to gain visibility is through media. But then one thing is to post an article or post something on media, which is great. But then the success would be to do it through very relatable stories. So people don't have this idea that Erasmus Mundus programs are for the ones who are the best or like who has some specific access to something. So basically with the very relatable human stories. The CRs would come in. So in one place we would create the content, but the CRs would be the ones who would be distributing them across their countries because they actually know what are the communication channels and what are the material that should be shared to their country. So yeah, that was our idea. Thank you.
Okay, hello everyone. Wow, nice to see all these faces from this perspective. So in our co-creation session, we came up actually with two ideas. First one was building on something that I was actually proposing and we got the grant for, but we are delaying it a little bit. So it's building up like we do the Erasmus Mundus programs, we graduate, but what it's up after that? So the job market is there. How do we have connections to professionals already working in the fields that we studied? So we want to bring them together and do this networking event that we connect to professionals and see what they are doing on their jobs. Even some of us will be these professionals and can give back to EMA that for people that are graduating. So we want to build up this. And the second idea was that we have a lot of alumni in EMA that are in EMA for years, that have a lot of experience, a lot of knowledge. And then on the other side, you have very recent people entering EMA, like me, that want to learn from your knowledge. So how can we build up these connections that we cross-share knowledge and we learn with each other for the future of EMA? So this is the two main ideas. Yeah, thank you.
Buenos días. Okay, so first of all, thank you so much for all the things that you have been sharing so far, because I think we are definitely aligned. I don't know if this is just my perception, but all of us have identified maybe the same needs and different ways to address it. The co-creation session that we had in room number 4 and then upstairs, which I think was number 5, it was basically on partnership development, and what we did was sharing the structure that we already have and giving perhaps some kind of steps on how to identify feasible partners and how to reach to them, knowing that all of us are backed up by EMA, which means all of us can actually knock the door and we have a possibility there and that we have numbers. So this was also a sort of call to action, to contribute within each other, to sharing successful stories, but also maybe not so successful stories, learning stories, we might call it. This will be a space that I hope it's available for anybody that wants to reach out to us and to build and search for different kind of partnerships in the future, acknowledging that each one of these must be taken like a case-by-case scenario. And the idea of it is basically to provide tools, strategies, and stories for us to get inspired, to identify the green and the red flags in order to make this a successful engagement.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Nico. I'm from Germany, very new CR, and our project outcome was also kind of about raising awareness for Erasmus Mundus. Because especially when we're new to EMA, I was like, how did I get to know about it? And I feel like for me and many of my friends I know from European countries, the answer is by kind of coincidence. So we want to raise awareness for Erasmus Mundus, and we encountered two major groups of people we want to put emphasis on. And I'm going to tell you about the first one, which is prospective students in European countries. Although Erasmus Mundus is very popular, outside of Europe, many people in Europe, and especially I can speak for Germany, don't even know about it. None of my friends has ever heard of it. And we identified the core actions that could benefit the situation would be first build a network of alumni and students, because there are students and alumni in those countries. And once they start building their community, they can reach out to their former universities from their bachelors, start information sessions, just spread the word and raise awareness, start information to prospective students, and build a strong network, not just to raise the number of students, but also to raise awareness in, for example, European politics. And yeah, thanks.
All right, following up to that, I'm going to explain the second part for the same what was project ideation session we participated. It was full of energy. So what, I'm going to introduce myself first. Okay, so my name is Kisa, I'm from Pakistan. So what we discussed was that this is a big challenge in many developing countries, that the students who are getting selected for the Erasmus Mundus program are from the big universities, right? Within their countries, because all the promotional events that happens in good fine universities with a proper auditorium, okay, and a good, well-equipped staff, and that is leaving out a space for a lot of students who are graduating from local colleges, and especially women, right? What I decided, and I will apply for a project, but even if it's not going to get sponsored from ESA, I would still do it some way. I think maybe online or in some way what we can do is that we try to involve those people, women, and all these students from the local universities, so that they know more about the Erasmus Mundus scholarship. They get to learn about it and they apply, because many think that it's not possible to get Erasmus Mundus scholarship if you are not graduating from specific universities from the big cities in developing countries. So this was the first idea. The second was I also attended the financial unit session about making EMA more independent, having our own funds generated so that we have more money to do many activities. So what I proposed was that in order to do that, we need to first set a target, that this is the amount we want to attain in the next quarter. I comes from the sales background, so that is what I suggested, that we should set a goal that this is the amount we are going to make by the end of the quarter, and then we are going to raise money. We are going to maybe have just like the ESN card, we can have a EMA card, something like this, with more vibrant colors, with more activities. We're taking hotels in partnership, we're taking different adventure activities in partnership, right? So that is the way to make EMA more and more independent financially. And then there was a very excellent point explained by you in the same unit, in the financial unit, and he's going to follow up on that.
Many thanks. Before we go on the next project sessions, I would like to please give a round of applause of all the project ideas. And then we from the project support unit, we promise to take these ideas with us. We will reach out to you, the team who built up on the ideas, and hopefully we can apply for it together. Round of applause for them, please. Thanks.
Thank you. So I guess we covered the brainstorming and the partnerships co-creation sessions. Now we will move forward to crafting your experience. Pavlo, do you like to share the takeout, please?
Thank you. So we had a session which was, I think, very engaging, because I think all of us have a lot of questions about basically how to make a CV. And in that case, in front, we were basically the ones who sometimes recruit. So we share some of our own experiences, and we had, I think, a nice discussion about do's and don'ts. Yeah, I will not go too detailed into what we discussed, because I think it's like 50 different points.
But what about Europass, man?
Yeah. I heard for some rumors that if you actually use Europass template, some people have, it's like an automatic filter, they automatically reject you. So it's like, you should really, okay, nutshell, summary of the session, the CV game is a bit of lottery. So you need to, I think the main formula is to apply a lot, because sometimes you just don't know. If you use Europass suggested by somebody else, some other recruiters could just reject you. So maybe that's a good summary. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Now we will move forward for building stronger communities. Tahmida.
Okay, hello, I'm Tahmida. I am working in EMA team as a social media coordinator, and I am currently a first year PhD student. So yesterday, I was in a Building Stronger Communities team group, and there I had a speaker, Syed Muhammad Bakir, and he mentioned about our EMA membership, like what kind of membership we have, such as we have ordinary members and affiliated members and the honorary members. And the motto was how we can build stronger communities and increase the membership values. So we distributed into 4 teams, and then he gave us 3 questions, and then we brainstormed together. So the question was, how can we ensure every member feels seen, heard, and included? So for this, I just sum up everyone's ideas. So we make a story that there are many gaps between people. They don't know how to become a member, how to get the information. So we need to make a connective bridge together and to improve the accountability. That means someone has to take the responsibility to hold the communities, communities between the members, and then arrange some brainstorming meetup where everyone can give their opinions and share their values, and arrange some mandatory participation, so that we can also include their name in the program, so that they are motivated and encouraged, and distributed some small tasks or responsibilities between all. And then the second question was, what activities foster genuine connections between members? So we came up, like we can increase the meet up with the new members so we can know about everyone, and then meet up with the country representative and the program representative that can increase this. And the last question was, how do we encourage passive members to be active? So for this, there are many answers came out. Like, for example, most of the alumni now engage with their career, and they are many busy with their work schedule. So we can invite them as a speaker, like the professors or from the alumni as a speaker, to come in our program, so that it will increase. And from many programs, most of the coordinator or the professor doesn't know about EMA, or they don't discuss about it. So maybe in this side it can be improved. And during our master's degree, we have some contract we have to sign up. Maybe in there we can include about EMA, so that people can know more about EMA, and the percentage of the volunteers will increase. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Tahmida, for the brief. Now we will move forward, overcoming volunteering and challenges. Andrea, would you like to share the takeaways? Thank you. Hello all. Buenos días. Guten Morgen, bonjour. Oh, je ne sais pas. Hi to all. As I mentioned before, Linda, please come. So we were leading this co-creation session. First of all, we were thinking of challenges that volunteers face, as I mentioned in one of the questions during the debate panel. We were thinking first of ideas like not being able to manage time, or not having enough support. But then we found out that volunteers in our session were mainly concerned about not being able to go further with their work because of challenges within EMA. So I would like to invite one person from each team, as agreed yesterday, not to show the challenges, but to show very briefly some of the solutions that we came up during this session. So can someone from each team please come? We had 2 teams, so I told you yesterday you will have to come here. And yeah. Come to the spotlight. Yes, we do have the posters. Don't be shy.
But you said that you will present, that's why we don't. I feel exposed.
Wow. Green? Red. Green, right? Yeah, green. Okay.
Solution paper.
Yeah. No, both problem and solutions, all of are in green. So first of all, we talked about cultural differences.
Diversity is one of the most beautiful thing about Erasmus Mundus. We come from so many different backgrounds, places, and we have so many different work ethics as well. But that diversity, on the other hand, sometimes can be challenging and overwhelming for some people as well. For example, I like to procrastinate. Someone likes to do that at the very first moment. Someone has their days routined up by second. So it can be very difficult when you are working in a single team and working with everyone. So how we can solve this? We talked about in-kind motivation, because this is not a paid organization where we are paying people in terms of money. So GA is a big motivation. GA participant, of course, we are selecting the MBA are selecting participants based on the activities the volunteers are doing throughout the whole year. But there can be other events or like sessions or many training sessions, skills development sessions, which can also be based where the participant can be chosen based on the activities they are doing throughout the whole year, so that can motivate the members to do more work, because we can't just go to a HR and report that, hey, that person is not doing their part, or just complain about this. Everyone here, we are here because we want to do something. We want to give back to the community. So that's what we talked about. And then we talked about too much red tapeism and bureaucracy. Of course, we have talked about this all throughout this morning today. So we talked about maybe as a solution, we talked about maybe we can streamline and ease up the internal communication process. Instead of having different people for the same thing, maybe we can just shorten the number of people, or maybe we can increase the number of people in groups or units where there are more people needed, so that they are not overwhelmed with the work, and they can also streamline the process and the communication, and it gets easier for them to also handle the work. And then there comes the lack of accountability. As I have mentioned before, there's no HR, so we can't complain, or I can't force someone, hey, you are not doing your part, or you have to do this by the end of the day. That's not something we can just do. So maybe we can streamline or standardize the work ethics, and that can help with us to solve this problem. And there's time zone difficulties. I have worked with people, when they were waking up, I was going to bed. So I can't expect from them that they will also be working on the same time zone, and vice versa. How we can solve this? We can support in between our units and also beyond the units as well. And we also talked about the cooperations among the units. We felt like we are too much incorporated into our own units. There's not enough collaboration among the units. So if we increase that collaboration among all of units, we feel like that we can take the share of someone else's work, and we can solve these kind of problems. Thank you.
Wow, thank you, Fahmida. You just touched the the hot spot that we need to develop, really, like a healthy volunteering culture. Next.
So, hello, I'm Solmaz, and first good news is that soon coffee will come. So thanks for your constant attention when you're tired. And I will keep it short. So we talked about three main challenges. The first, and this was more personally my challenge, that we PRs are not able to convince our peers to join EMA. We don't really have the unified, integrated benefits of EMA for them all in one, and it makes us a bit frustrated how to convince them that EMA is an advantage for you. Join it. So the solution that we came up with is maybe EMA can share those. For example, we saw some videos, some project showcases. So maybe there could be a very nice, uniform, integrated presentation file or video that EMA can share with us PRs, and we can use it for introducing the programs and projects to the community, to the students to join the community. The other challenge is about money. So when it comes to money, we have sources like ESAA that have some calls, and you can apply for a project. But sometimes, as mentioned by one of the colleagues, you need to travel, and everything needs to be quickly done. But you cannot wait for the call, actually. So you don't have access to money, from EMA, and maybe it could be a good idea for the next, for the candidates of the next presidency and vice presidency. Maybe you could consider some kind of open source financial support for small amounts of money that needs to be spent on EMA activities. That is constantly open. And the third topic and the last one is basically the same thing that was mentioned 100 times today. Difficult communication, too much bureaucracy, and a very governmental state in a non-governmental organization. So let's make it simple and let's just keep in touch on WhatsApp sometimes. It's a nice platform. We don't need to write thousands of emails for everything. And yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you. We will never finish talking about the challenges that we are facing, but the nice thing that we had so many solutions. Now we will move forward to the next co-creation session, financial sustainability.
Good. This one or this one? This one. All right, thanks. Good morning, everyone. My name is Danford. Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Danford Mkunda. I'm originally from Tanzania. I study in the Chemical Innovation and Regulation Master's Program. There's a rise in far right-wing governments, and it could be a potential setback to a number of social causes, as we have already seen. We have seen the Fulbright Scholarship, how much it has suffered. And we have seen other forms of social causes that hinder the progress of underprivileged people. So in the session that we had for financial sustainability, for EMA towards 2030, we spoke about, the reason why we write in school is because writing forces us to think. And thinking is the basis of problem solving. Problem solving is the basis of value creation. And value creation is what we get paid for. So I do believe that a model that is sustainable for EMA to generate funds could be to actually solve a problem for people who need that kind of value. We can work with the private sector. I think this is going to be a future-proof model for us to raise money in the coming years, just to be ready, to be prepared for what's coming. And I do believe that currently it's mandatory for a number of companies that make up to 20 million euros, 50 million euros to do the CSRD. And they have to report they have to give their sustainability reports, and many of them have the corporate social responsibility. So we can take this by creating a value, and for example, just something really quick that came to my mind could be a database, a voluntary database where people have their profiles and their thesis and things like that, whereby these companies could access the talent they're looking for. And another way to create the value is we need to improve, we need to up our game in terms of the media, because I've seen our fellows in ESN. I'm in Faro, and there's a company that does surfing classes. They use ESN because they have a good platform. So when they give free classes to a number of students in the ESN, they get publicity for their company, and actually they end up getting more and more customers. So this is the kind of partnership we already know. There are companies whose primary customers are students, but there are other companies that just want to do corporate social responsibility. So we have these two groups. We could have a number of tickets, for example, sizes. We could have platinum, gold, silver, and bronze. And these different ticket sizes, we could target different companies. So we could have a list of them, and we could approach them. And it's not just about listening what they need. We could actually investigate and research them and see what kind of problems they have. We could solve for them. We could bring proposals to them, and we could raise 200 euros is not something very, very small. It could cover drinks for an event. So we don't need millions and millions to do the projects that were proposed in the project ideation sessions. We have a lot of small events that need just small amounts of money. I would acknowledge the contributions also done by other fellows to save time. Social causes, when we come up with social causes, it will be easy to raise funds from in the members ourselves if we have a social cause. we can raise money by ourselves to contribute to do the project. But also we can apply for grants by coming up with some innovative projects. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Danford. And lastly, we'll move forward to the most interesting session, creating partnerships, collaboration across units. Collins?
Sorry, can I ask something? These problems were found, and it's very good that candidates listen to it. I don't see any of the candidates, only Anna is here. Where are the candidates to listen to our problems? They will. But we tried a lot to put things together here. I'm so sorry that they are not here to listen.
Whatever we are doing, everything will be conveyed to everyone.
I hope so, yeah.
The good thing that we have the live streaming so that people online can also watch and rewatch the YouTube. But again,
it bothers me also, like there have been 558 applicants to be here, and I know that it's a bit tiring sometimes to say hello in 2 hours, but like look at how many empty seats.
But we are privileged
Like
to be
it's
here.
sometimes nobody addresses that, It's not my first day, so I'm really privileged to be here again. But then I look around and it's like, man.
people needs coffee, so that's all right. Collins.
Yeah, hi everyone. This is the last one, so I'm just going to make it very quick. I had the last breakout room, and it was partnerships across different units. We had a really great discussion. It was a roundtable discussion, and it was a very safe space, and we shared a lot of things, and I won't go into all of it. There's one output that I want to share with all of you because it's an opportunity for all of you to collaborate with us. We have Nha from Vietnam, and in Vietnam there's a very good engagement strategy, as all of you probably know, that the community is very active. And so Nha was very graciously accepted to host a sharing session at the engagement lab on their national strategy so that we can probably learn from Vietnam and the successes that they have had. So he has already committed to it, and we will be hosting an online session very soon from Nha from Vietnam. So we invite all of you to join us at the engagement lab. Thank you.
Thank you, Collins. And now we will have a coffee break. And please share your insights during the coffee break. We should be coming back within 10 minutes. 20 minutes. 20 minutes.
In the discussion. So you can give both perspectives, what is happening. Yes, it's about grassroots to global EMA community-based green innovations. Though we'd like to hear from you, your opinion. Like you can sit here. Panel will be in the stage, but you can sit here. Sadat, can you help us to bring more people inside? Those who are around? How do you pronounce your name? If I make mistakes, sorry. I would like to do the pardon first. Okay, guys. I can see still some people are outside. Middle, can you please close the door? Middle door. Ruturas, can you write in the management board unit group if someone is not there, management board member will be responsible to bring back here. Okay guys, so we are starting. We are 12 minutes late. So as I'll moderate the session, I'll try to get back on the time because we have elections. After the debate, there will be another session. It's like all about research and like research and innovation unit activities. Then we'll go for voting. So we have to be on time. Whatever happens, we have to be on time. We have to finish by 1, whatever is in the agenda, and then people could get some time to vote and also lunch together. As I mentioned this morning, the voting will start at 1, just sharp 1, and it will finish sharp 2:30. So yes, our support service team, they prepare some QR code. You will see QR code. They will also provide some QR code in the lunch area, also somewhere. So you have the QR code. What you need to do, you have to log in the committee portal first. You have to be in the EMA General Assembly Group 2025, and then you'll see just on time, you see that the votings are there. Like there is option. So you have to follow the instruction. That's it. That's very simple thing. Maximum 2 minutes is you need in order to go for voting. But please, of course, I believe that EMA will be in good hands. But please vote from the hearts. Whatever you find good, go for this. And you are making the decision for EMA's future. Okay? Okay, I'm not for that announcement, but there's a short announcement, just 1 minute. I would like to welcome Mr. Ruturas Tribedi for this late afternoon session today. I hope you will enjoy the announcement, but Ruturas Tribedi, just 1 minute, please.
Good morning, everyone. So today I will not bore you with another speech, but with some exciting announcement. So you also in the agenda, there is a team building activity today. So the surprise will not be a surprise anymore. So firstly, I would thank ESN Paris for collaborating with us and for organizing this team building activity. So we will leave from here at 4:15. 4:15. We'll try to be there at 5 or maximum 5:15. Then we will have a tour of around 25 minutes from. We will try at 5:15, but because we also have to come back for dinner and the cultural night, and the transport takes around 40 minutes to go, and we have we're around 80 people, so it's difficult that we move and come back with the schedule we have. So the tour will be around 1.7 kilometers. It will start at Pont Alexander 3, and we'll do a tour of 7th arrondissement. The tour ends at Tour Eiffel with a group picture. It will last around 40 minutes with description and a lot of information and history from ESN volunteers about Paris, about France in general, and it will be a very, very nice tour because they do it every semester for the international students. Some important information. Today, there may be rain, so carry an umbrella. It's Paris, don't be surprised. It's Paris, so welcome to Paris with an umbrella. Bring a light jacket, water bottle, flags from your country, and EMA flag for the picture. There will be no reimbursement of transport from the Erasmus Plus support service today, and hence this activity is optional. If you don't want to join, I don't think there is someone who wouldn't, but if you don't want to join, you're free to stay at the hotel. We are looking for few volunteers for this activity from EMA. The task is very simple, just to keep the people together. And last but not the least, yes, if you're a volunteer, please, yes, raise your hands. Yes, just reach out to me, and I saw already 3 hands. So perfect, and thank you very much for volunteering. Last but not the least, though we are going as a group, it's not an optional activity. So not the Erasmus Plus support service, nor EMA or the European Commission is responsible for the activity. So whatever happens is our own. So take care of your security, your wallets, your personal belongings and be vigilant because we are in Paris again. And take care of each other. And let's meet around 4:15, 4:30, and let's leave at the lobby. See you.
Be careful about the last sentence, okay? It's your own. Whatever is happening, no one is responsible. So please make sure that we are in the group, always following the group. Okay, I hope you guys know how to be used to with this Paris city, everything. Okay, so without further ado, I would like to go for the plenary session 2, Grassroots to Global, EMA Community-Based Green Innovations. This is the title for the plenary session. But my intention is to actually have also opinions from our sister cousin network representatives who are here today. And also I would need one volunteer who will actually move with the microphone. Whenever we are starting this, Nikshan is here, he will help us. Thank you so much, Nikshan, for offering this support. So we have two really outstanding panelists here today. I'd like to welcome Dr. Khoshbayar Niamsuran. May we make a big hands for Dr. Khoshbayar Niamsuran. She is an associate professor and doctor currently serving as the head of the International Relations and Cooperation Office at a leading university in Mongolia with a solid background in higher education and international collaboration. She is an alumna of Erasmus Mundus program and has successfully initiated and coordinated multiple international initiatives, including Erasmus Plus capacity building and higher education projects. She was actually the coordinator, and also GenMonet modules. She also served as the Erasmus Plus national focal points. Can you make a big hand for this new initiative from the Commission? Dr. Niamsuran has published research in internationally indexed journals and is dedicated to promoting inclusive, innovative, and globally connected higher education in Mongolia. Welcome, welcome, Doctor. Now I'd like to go to our next speaker. Maybe you already know her. Dr. Nelly Ajoa Shashi Hagan, who is the president of ASAF, African Students and Alumni Forum. Dr. Nelly is an educator, researcher, and a strong advocate of STEM and gender education. It aligns with us, okay. Currently, she is a lecturer at the University of Education, Winneba, Ghana, and with over 2 decades of experience, she has contributed to shaping education in Ghana and beyond. Her research focuses on STEM education, particularly in physics and gender-related issues. Being a PhD fellow at the University of, staff name for me, Finland, Skylar, Finland. Dr. Shashi Hagan has contributed to global education, discussing through numerous peer-reviewed publications and conference presentations. She is a strong advocate for girls in STEM. This is girls' show, okay? Leading impactful outreach programs and that have influenced several students in Ghana. Thank you so much, Dr. Nelly, for joining us. So as we're actually running out of time, my intention is to finish, let's say in 40 minutes, sharp 40 minutes. Let's say it will not be really something like panel discussion, it will be more about engagement. Because as I mentioned, these are topics that we'd like to hear from you, that actually EMA's future could be also designed through following the necessity. So we'll go for some opening remarks. Maybe I would like to welcome Dr. Khoshbayar in order to introduce yourself a little. What exactly I mean, you don't need to tell everything, but following our topic today, grassroots to global, maybe you can actually tell what exactly you are doing currently in the country.
Yeah, it's working. So thank you very much. And I'm so honored to be in here, like this community and my new family. And so right now I'm doing totally related to the Green Deal project. So my background is teacher education. So now it's in Mongolia, like a teacher education reforming to Green Deal and digital transformation. It's a CBHE project for 3 years. It's just started this year. And I'm so happy it initiated this project because it's exactly very timing, like very, very timing needed project in the Mongolian higher education system. It's like a strand tree project because then we can have some systematical, like a new approach, new trend, and a change in the country's higher education. Yeah.
Thank you. So now, Dr. Nelly, it's your turn.
Thank you very much, and greetings from ASAF. And I must say that I'm excited to be here So personally, when it comes to green education, I'm also into education. I'm into teacher education. My university prepares the nation's teachers at all levels, and so I'm into teacher education. Now, currently, what my colleagues and I, and of course I lead the team, what we are doing is trying to go indigenous. We've seen that, in terms of science, we don't want to be dealing with the chemicals and, the apparatus and all that destroy the environment. And so we are trying to go green by going indigenous. There are so many things in the environment, the food we eat, the plants we have, water, so many things in the environment that we can use as teaching aids in the classroom without necessarily devaluing the environment. And so we are trying to do that. We've started with very young ones. We've gone lower than our level. I teach at the university, but we are looking at the basic schools and then the senior high schools, what we call the high schools, and we are trying to conscientize them to use what we have in the environment, even the dresses we wear, the food we eat. What science, what education can you learn from it? And so we are trying to do that by going green. So that is what I'm into now. Yeah.
Thank you so much to be very in the point. Let's say we have Asaf, President, ENP for Mongolia. Okay, you are also a member, I'm a country representative. Myself, let's say, leading the association. We have colleagues from BEBA, colleagues from Oceans, colleagues from Marie Curie Alumni Association, also Garage Erasmus. So in our, let's say, category, usually what we go for, like when you said green activities, students and alumni initiatives are like protecting the environment, raise awareness, what exactly you mentioned here, empower communities, and also it comes with model leadership. I can give you some example that actually EMA has been doing for quite a long time. That's our volunteers, they led a reforestation and eco-literacy campaigning in different parts of the world. I know some activities that has been done long before the COVID in Africa. Also, there is also Green University campus activities are happening somewhere in Bangladesh. Then there is also plastic to bricks workshop. These types of things are like our members are involved, quite involved. At the same time, we have also learned from Asaf. You're doing really some amazing activities. We are keep watching your website, just informing you. So you're like Asaf Young Leaders have conducted climate storytelling workshop and activities I found from your website somewhere. So this is really fantastic. Following these initiatives, maybe I'd like to go to Dr. Nelly. Could you, let's put it that way, could you share one green initiatives from your experience, something simple, local, but powerful?
Okay, so just one, well, I had a lot. In ASAF, we are doing a lot. We are doing so much. Currently, we have ASAF members who are going green. In Ghana, we are doing the ASAF tree planting projects. And this is something that we are doing in the northern parts of the country where most of the time there's a lot of depletion, and this is heavily funded and supported by ASAF. We've also had ASAF members in Kenya doing agroecology, where they are mentoring ASAF members, mentoring the community members, and teaching them green ways of agriculture. So these are some of the things that we are doing. When we go to other countries, in Togo, there's also the Gligan project, which is also a grassroots project, trying to mentor ASAF members, those in academia, students, and all that into how to go green and how to save the environment. So ASAF is doing so much, and we are proud of that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now let's see a country perspective from Mongolia. Maybe you can give us one example that you are leading a project. It's under Erasmus Plus capacity building higher education, and it is also STEM 3, so it's like Green Deal projects. Can you give one example how it's impacting life in Mongolia?
So I really would love to share about. So I always like thinking when I was studying as a teacher and also like working as a teacher, it's like higher education institution is a very important role for the community, for the local, for the country, because they are preparing the teachers who will teach for our preschool like children and the secondary school people like students, and they will like bring the topics, they will raise our kids. So if like higher education institutions prepare very good teachers, then we can manage many problems. So these one as I mentioned, project like this Green Deal, they modernize from the traditional like program of teacher education curriculum, and also like doing the legal environment in the country, which all like we hope brought a lot change and give the kids all like level of the like educational level, the kids the understanding about the Green Deal. Right now, like Ulaanbaatar, capital city of Mongolia, it's like facing so many challenges, specifically about the like pollution, the air pollution, environmental pollution. And the countryside of the country, there's deforestation and the many things. And the main reason we are facing this problem is like the kids, our future generations, don't have like enough education about it, enough like Green Deal, have to like save the environment. So the teachers can be prepared with the new curriculum. We see like that makes a change.
Thank you so much. Green makes the change. Okay, so I would like to actually look at you, try to understand you are really listening to us or not. Are you listening? I'd like to ask you to raise your hand in one word. What does green mean to you? Who would like to go ahead? Feel free to raise your hand. What does mean to be green in EMA to you? Please.
Future.
Fantastic. Future. Who would like to join? What does it mean to be green to you? Or
Sustainable.
Sustainable. A lot of hands are here also.
He actually took the word out of my mouth. So sustainability.
Sustainability. Hands are there.
Specifically, economic and environmental sustainability.
Economic and environmental sustainability.
For all of this, planning.
Planning.
Okay.
Okay, maybe just one last now for now and then.
Yeah, I think okay.
Feeling alive.
Feeling alive. Fantastic. I think you have a lot of answers. That's really good to hear from you. So now I'd like to go to our finalist again. What does it mean to be green in ASAF?
So being green is everybody's business. Being green means you care. For me, green means caring about the environment. And you can only be green when you are conscientized about the fact that what you are doing can destroy the environment, and in fact, it can kill you. And so in ASAF, we care. We feel that people need to be empowered. And as I'm saying, if you are conscientized, then you get to know that, okay, I can do this, I cannot do that. So in ASAF, as we believe in the power of mentoring, the power of sharing stories, the power of telling, we use that platform to engage. Most of the time, we have ASAF members engaging each other, engaging communities, engaging institutions. There are lots of programs that ASAF members are doing, and all in a bid to empower people through knowledge sharing. If you take my country, for instance, in Ghana, now we are facing a huge challenge with illegal mining, which is destroying our water bodies, destroying our very livelihoods. And so we have taken, that is why we have that green tree planting project in Ghana, because we feel that people are not knowledgeable enough People are not conscientized. They are only looking at the gold, the money. But then they are not caring about the aftermath. There's a lot of outbreak of diseases, malaria and all that because of the aftermath of these. But I believe that the most important is to empower them through knowledge. And that is what ASAF is doing. So we are sharing, we are empowering, we are educating. Thank you.
Fantastic, fantastic. Now, I would like to go to Dr. Khoshawar. She has actually a lot of examples, like what she is doing. They are outstanding in Mongolia. In Mongolia, you have very few Erasmus Mundus joint masters alumni there, and she is one of them who is actually leading the country now. We have heard examples of current community-based green innovations, that what you are doing under the CBHE project. But what are some realistic first steps that students and alumni in any country, from any network, can take today, let's say, tomorrow or even future generations to come, but without funding? Because we don't have fund. We don't fund our national chapters. Usually don't do this. So what should be our first step as a volunteer, as a student, as an alumni? Where to start? Following the experience.
So for my experience, we can just synergy with the other projects. Maybe we are like a very huge, very powerful community, as I can see, really, indeed. So, of course, we are EMA community, one family, and I think, in my perspective, we can do together to initiate the other works, other projects, because we are very international. Our the country's challenges actually it's somehow similar. So we can get together, we know, we don't have, and without, it's hard to do do things without funding, because everything related to the money, everything related to the funding. But it's we can do together with the funding things and go forward, go together with the EMA's activity. As I can see now, I'm just making a team of 3. One of them is living in Brussels. One EMA Mongolia alumni is studying right now in Lisbon. And we are 3 already planning an activity 26th of May. It's about the raising awareness of the Erasmus Mundus, but at the same time, we are talking about another Erasmus plus Jan Monnet model. So I think that's the purpose altogether. We are not only raising awareness, but also we are together by team doing another good future based project. Yeah.
Thank you so much. It's really interesting to hear from you, at the, let's say, very country level, let's say, where only you have a few alumni, not a big group of alumni. But now I would like to actually hear opinion from our sister cousin network, Milan and Dejan, how you pronounce your name, sorry for this. You two are very, okay, you two are representing both of the networks. Let's say Western Balkan Alumni Association, and you are also our EMA Erasmus Association member. This is really fantastic. So I'd like to hear your opinion about without funding. Let's say funding matters, and a lot of issues are happening among the networks funding, commissions funding. So what exactly we could do, or do you have any experience that you could share with us? What exactly you are doing in these 2 countries that EMA could actually get experience from you, and we could also think to implement in future?
Thank you, President Ashukur, for bringing us here together today. I would like to speak from the perspective of Western Balkan Alumni Association, since we are more involved there. When it comes to what does it mean green for us, I would say existence. Because if we don't have clean air, clean water, clean soil, there is no future, there is no survival. So we already started including this topic in our activities since maybe we got this working package 3. Actually every activity that we apply for includes some sustainable or environment raising activity. 2 weeks ago, for example, we had one activity in one mountain, actually protected natural reservoir, and then we organize a series of activities that raising awareness about environment. So we clean. We did plugging. I don't know if everyone knows, is when we have hiking or jogging and collecting trash at the same time. So we were not aware how much trash we collected only for a 1 hour activity. It's crazy, but we are trying to make more and more by every activity to make more ambassadors of sustainable development. You know, to share best practices, and we are now very focused and oriented on concrete actions. Okay, it's good to speak about topics, we all listen, green, sustainable, but what does it mean in everyday life? Later, during panel discussion, I will share my opinion more about this everyday routine. But also I think that we need to collaborate, we need to work together, share good practices, because we are not the smartest. We need to share ideas and to see what is working on the ground and implement each other good practices.
Thank you so much. Great. So now maybe I can move to North Macedonia. BEBA board member Diane is here. Dejan or Diane? Which one is correct? Diane, fantastic. Diane, so you can maybe share some experience that you are doing in the country level
Yeah,
or board level.
Hello everyone. I'm Dan from Macedonia, WIBA representative. So 2 weeks ago we had that project in Popova Shapka mountain in my hometown, Teto. So we do that plugging, collecting trash. Also regarding transportation, everybody use carpooling. So 3 participants in one car, shared cars. Also we support to use buses, trains, and etc.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for sharing your knowledge from the country. As Milan then mentioned about the collaboration, now I'd like to go to the ASAF president. Let's say, following our context, your context from ASAF, and we also have several members who are also working like hand to hand together. How can platform like our networks, any networks, better support collaboration across borders to replicate or co-create green projects? Maybe you can give us some example how EMA could be part with ASAF through work package activities or any other activities, initiatives.
Thank you very much. I believe the very essence of all the networks, is partnership, collaboration. That is why we are here. It's MSGA, but ASAF is here, WEBA is here, Oceans is here, because of partnerships. In ASAF, we've been partnering a lot. We realized yesterday from our discussions that most of the members we have in ASAF, not most, like we have some members in ASAF who are also members of EMA, who are members of Oceans. We have others who are crossing carpets. So when we find ourselves in countries or in regions, it's so easy to partner. In April, just recently, on Good Friday, we had an event in Senegal, and it was a partnership between Oceans and ASAF. So the president of Oceans was there, I was there, and we had that partnership event at the Antac Diop University in Senegal. I believe that when we find ourselves in countries, in regions where we can collaborate and do knowledge sharing and do empowerment, we have to do it. Because we've already been doing it. We have the same focus, we have the same agenda, and so whether with funding or without funding, we should be able to collaborate and then share knowledge and empower each other. When it comes to mentoring, we can learn a lot from EMA, we can learn a lot from WEBA, Oceans, and we can infuse that into what we do in ASAF. The same applies to all of us. So I believe that partnership is very important, and ASAF has been partnering with Oceans. We signed an MOU with EMA, meaning that,
Officially
we signed an MOU, so any event that involves EMA, ASAF can join, we can collaborate and then do that. So I believe that these are some of the platforms that we can use, wherever we find ourselves. And then about the previous question that you asked, I want to just add a little. That, we are agents of change. We have experienced mobility, we've been empowered. what can we do in our own small corner? We don't need to wait for funding, but we can use whatever we have, the power of social media. You know, you can sit in your home, you can sit in your office, and you can make change. And so without funding, we can do a lot using the very tools that we have that we are making use of. So collaboration, very, very important, and we are doing that a lot. ASAF is partnering with all organizations, and I'm happy about that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So coming to you, Dr. Khoshbayar, you are the Erasmus Plus National Focal Point. You are working directly with the close collaboration with the EASA of the Commission. And also, we are really happy to have you as our country representative. We'd like to, let's say, hear your opinion. How can EMA local volunteers be very involved with ENFPs? Can you do something like initiative in the country level? Let's call it Green Ambassadors or such initiative. Can you design some toolkit? How can we actually promote these green initiatives that is really important for the time being? How can actually we take the initiative as a leader?
So, sudden question. But I think there is a way, very clear way. So the very first step is I work very close with the EU delegation office to my country. So we do have like a monthly or season meeting with the ambassador, and I think the EU delegation, of course, they will support our focal point position, and so we can do together the green ambassador, because it's so clear that the SAA and it's like our priorities is green deal. So in our countries also there is a vision 2050. It's very big. The country's documents also focusing the green deal, sustainable environment. So and for the community, for the local and the whole community, of course, it's high importance. So those things all together being discussed, and with some support, and just not funding support, maybe it's just the social media support and partnership support, and higher education institutions association support. I've just imagined we can make it, and there can be the green deal, green ambassador, and I think if we have a green ambassador, our work, our activity will be more powerful. So in my perspective, my steps will be like that.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Maybe I'd like to ask the same question to both of you. This is just something to learn from EMA perspective. Let's say you are a leader. Now talk about the leadership development through green initiatives. How can leading or even participating in a green initiative help build personal leadership, career skills, and community trust from your perspective from ASAF?
Right. The simple answer is leadership by example. You know, as a leader, you speak with your life, you engage with your life, you know, you empower with your life. You know, sometimes you don't need to speak, you don't need to just open your mouth and talk, but then your attitude and your behavior will influence others. And so I believe that as a leader, you know, of an organization like ASAF, the most important thing is the change of the mindset. You know, you need to be able to get your people to have the right mindset. And when the mindset is good, you don't need to do much. And you can achieve that by showing some level of integrity, some level of principles, you know, and influencing your people positively. And I believe that in ASAF, you know, this is something that is gaining ground. When you look at all the countries, you know, we have co-ambassadors in every country. And you see co-ambassadors trying to show leadership by example, you know, empowering and then educating. And so in going green, we can use the same process. showing example, leading and guiding and directing, and you get everybody involved, because we are talking about adults. We are not leading children. We are leading adults. You can't whip them to line, you can't say, stop, and but then if you touch the mind, you don't need to speak much. They will do the right thing. So that is what we are doing in ASAF.
Thank you. Leadership as an example, if I take it positively. Koshbaya?
So the yesterday's session was very, I think, productive about the leading, and also like a purpose. So I think there is a leadership, so have to show very clearly how so loyal with the purpose, and how so confident with the purpose. And then your example as the leading example can be followed. That's certain thing. It's I think that's the most effective way for the leaderships, and then it will be followed very, very efficiently with the team. And the green is as asked about what is a green. So green, the very first time we heard the green, it's a color, but it's more than the color, it's a mindset, it's a beginning, it's a future for the generation, it's our kids' future, it's the planet. So everything is so simple but so clear. So we have to just all together discuss about it and have to be just very clear with the purpose, and then everything will be okay. Thank you.
Fantastic. So I'd like to go back to the participants again. Following your leadership, your activity in any networks, I would like to ask you, just in maybe let's say 10 seconds, if you can give example from your country, what exactly you are doing in the country level that has real impact for the world. Any green activities that you are doing, you have done, or you are planning to do, that could actually bring the attention to the world. No one?
No answer raised.
General purpose, it's not, I'm asking. Anna is here. Feel free to ask. Okay, I think it's always the first person who is speaking, and then it works.
So in Guadeloupe, we put people with disabilities on surfing boards so they can feel the power of the water, they engage into the magic of the ocean, and glide through the waves.
Fantastic. Who would like to go ahead? Marco is there.
Hello, thank you for sharing your stories. I'm a social worker, and my work is around the decolonization of education and the indigenization of education. And the work that I do, one of the research projects is about questioning the theories that we learn in universities and questioning why we learn what we learn. And most of the time is European theories developed by, most of the time, male, white, European, scholars, and bringing back the local contextual knowledge into the classroom and our educational spaces.
Fantastic. Who would like to go ahead? Okay, our representative from Oceans Network.
In Iran, we have enabled more than 2,000 students to have accessible to high-level aerospace education by offering them interactive learning tools.
Fantastic. 2,000 students are getting aerospace education. Who would like to go next?
This is not something that I'm doing personally. So I'm representing my master's, which is clinical linguistics, where we work with how to diagnose better students with dyslexia, the kids, so that we can better curate the curriculum for them. And back at home, I'm working with a friend to make education accessible for speakers of indigenous languages, which in Bangladesh is still very scarce.
Fantastic. Great.
In this digital era, information is everything. So I am currently making videos on scholarship opportunities online, and I have almost 8,000 subscribers on my channel. So I'm spreading the information regarding the scholarship and other opportunities so that the unprivileged people, students or anyone who has the access of internet can have the information, how to apply and everything. So that's how I'm making impact global level or country level.
Fantastic. You see, like, okay, Milan is here. Everyone is doing something, but it's something like you have to speak, you have to inform, right? You have to connect.
I would like to share one good experience from Serbia. Since 2018, I'm organizing one walk through the Daliblato Sense. It is a biggest continental desert in Europe with a very rich biodiversity. So we are gathering people and having a walk into this protected natural area. And since 2 years ago, we also started supporting startups, but led by female entrepreneurs. So we start with one organizing fair of female entrepreneurship, and then continue walk to this natural reserve and speak about importance of diversity, connecting two important things. Yeah.
Wow, fantastic. Okay, just last one. Maybe this is the last one because otherwise we cannot close the session on time.
I led a project in Cambodia a couple of years ago, and we built, it's called Project Little Dream, and we built a school by using all like eco-friendly like construction. And it was really interesting because a lot of rural areas there in Cambodia, like a lot of children don't have any access to education. So by doing that, like we really helped the younger generation get access to education, and all these children now like are growing up and learning, and they're gonna have one way or another impact on their local life and communities.
Fantastic, fantastic. Okay, the other topic we will discuss later. Those who are still interested to speak, please feel free to use your time to connect with other fellow colleagues. Just to following the time, you know, in EMA we have something we called Eco Innovator. Like there was a project, but I think now from today we can find something. Following your expertise, experiences in the ground level, national, regional level, maybe we can think something jointly, EMA, ASA, BEBA, Oceans, all together, something green innovation, green innovators project. So let's take it that way. So I'd like to go for the final reflection from you, from both of you. Let's say what I believe, what in EMA we are trying to understand or believe always, action begins with people, not policies. What would be reflection following what you have heard from the, let's say, leadership, those who are here today, and following grassroots to global?
Thank you very much. Before I come to that, I want to let you know about a project that is taking place in Kenya. The topic is utilizing the Erasmus opportunities towards climate smart and resilient environment in dry land. You know, and this is a project led by one of our ASAF members, and the main objectives are capacity building on climate leadership, green jobs, afforestation and waste management training, and awareness campaigns and digital engagement. You know, and this involves students, it involves lecturers, it involves the local people, it involves farmers. And I believe that the effect of this project is going to be a snowball effect, you know, widening throughout the country. You know. So these are some of the things that we can do as ASAF, as EMA, as Weber, you know, wherever we find ourselves. Because that small project or whatever you are doing in your small corner, it can, you know, catch fire like a wild, you know, fire. It can transfer to others, because when people are empowered, when people gain knowledge or education, it stays with them forever. It stays with them forever. And so, in my last words, what I would like to say is that be an agent of change. Be a green agent wherever you find yourself, even in your home. My children know that you can't put any trash in my car. Put it in your bag or in your pocket. When you get home, you remove it. You can't throw it out of the window. You can't also litter the car. So whatever you take, you know, you either put it in your bag or in your pocket. Then when you get home, you know, we can start wherever we are in our own small way. You train them, they become old, they become responsible adults. So wherever we find ourselves, we are knowledgeable, we are more mature, we are empowered. Let us transfer it. Let us empower others. And by so doing, we will transform the world. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Coach Wyatt, your final remarks.
So, thank you. Very nice, the inspiring words. And I just want to, as Ashika mentioned, like they collaborated for the project. That's very nice idea, I think, because like Emma rooted me. Emma gives me everything what I have. I mean, like if a person wanted to do something, there is only three main things we needed. So first thing is a very clear purpose, and the second one is the skill and knowledge, and the last one is of course network and support. And EMA community, we do have it, and everybody has it, and so we can do it. It's just the next step is start, I think. Thank you.
Next step is to start. Thank you so much. So we have learned a lot of things from your side as audience, from their side as a panelist. Let's put it that way, that our challenge and opportunity as network is to connect, empower, and amplify these grassroots sparks across the globe. Let's remember what our panelist mentioned. We don't need to wait for permission to do good. As EMA member or as audience of this panel, you can, EMA can, and we should lead this movement from the bottom up. Thank you so much for listening. And thank you for joining. Thank you for your time. Yes. So now I would like to hand over the next session that will be moderating by Research and Innovation Unit. Research and Innovation Unit. Yes, Junaid. It's all about EMA poster winners and their research activities.
Hi. Whoa. I got it. Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay, fine. So I'm Junaid. I just work in R&I unit as an engagement and innovation strategist. I don't know what does it mean. I just held poster competition in R&I unit. So, yeah. Let's not go to the main display. Anyway. So this year we had our third international poster competition. Like previous year, we had like tremendous number of applicants, like 86, and the nationality is huge, like 31 nationality. And if you count the number of programs, that will be 49. And each program is so interdisciplinary that you cannot find the reviewer that you need for a specific program. So we need to accommodate into this, and that's why we proceed into like a 5-step screening process, which includes first we check if the person is actually from EMA or Erasmus Mundus joint degree program or not by selecting their like documents and further on verification of them. The second is we screen them in our R&I unit, and then we proceed with the external reviewers. We cannot get the reviewers beforehand because like we don't know what kind of program or what kind of poster we will receive, and we need to select those topics and keep this into like separate criteria. Like for this year, we selected 8 different categories in research, and we therefore looked what could be the best person or like best personnel that can review those posters. We always has 2 poster reviewers, but we always keep like a third one just to keep in backup, like if there are significant difference between 2 reviewers. And afterwards, we proceed with the management board, all those results, and after management board, you'll have your result. And this year, we have our 4 winners, Ivan, Inan, Shraddha, and Oscar. And I will first welcome Inan to present his poster in just short 2 or 3 minutes. Please.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Once again, I'm Ivan Patrick Buchanan-Tuwala. I'm a recent alumnus of the International Master of Science in Marine Biological Resources, coordinated by Ghent University in Belgium, and 10 other leading European universities in marine science in Europe. And with my poster, I was delivering the message that me and my research team at the University of Bergen have explored the extreme environments in the marine environment, which are the hydrothermal vents. For those who don't have idea what are hydrothermal vents, these are like sort of volcanoes in the very deep ocean in the Arctic, and you need specialized equipment to go there and do exploration. And of course, marine life has been flourishing for eons. However, one of the greatest innovation of humans has been threatening and jeopardizing marine biodiversity and even putting a risk in the public health in the bigger picture. Hence, we wanted to find solutions or bio-based solutions that are sustainable and in a greener approach to recycle plastic pollutions, since the current methods we are following now face predicaments because it's unsustainable, it greatly contributes to climate change and high emission of greenhouse gases. So in our study, we were able to identify 2 novel hydrolases from the deep sea hydrothermal vents in the Arctic that are promiscuous, meaning it could degrade 1 or 2 different types of plastic substrates. We were able to do this by employing an advanced computational pipeline where we integrate or analyze around 5 million data sets of metagenomes from the sediments in this hydrothermal vent to select candidate enzymes. And later on, we did a genetic engineering approach with an E. coli, because these enzymes, where it comes from in the natural habitat, cannot be cultured in the laboratory due to the differences in the natural conditions. So we need to find a way to produce these enzymes in a natural setup that is accessible to researchers and even in the industry later on. We did several analysis, for example, to observe if they could really potentially degrade plastics. We used 3 different plastics that are very used by our society, which is the a monomer of the polyethylene terephthalate that is used to make water bottles, polyurethane that are the hard plastic, and of course the latest labeled biodegradable plastics called polycaprolactone. And we observed that these novel enzymes have the potential to degrade this substrate, driving this recycling method into a greener and sustainable approach, which is very timely with our theme for this General Assembly. And lastly, we also employed the structural determination of our candidate enzymes to see what they look like and to have to start the other dimension of doing protein science research, which is to do biochemical characterizations of how we could adapt these natural enzymes to fulfill the need of the industry right now. Because, for example, PET bottles, for us to recycle it, we need to heat up the bottle to 70 degrees Celsius, and a natural enzyme that is not extremozyme would not be able to withstand that condition because they will lose their function. But these enzymes from extreme environments, such as the one that we found, have the potential to be able to withstand that temperature and closing the loop and driving circular bioeconomy. So with that one, I'm very happy to deliver this message of how the Erasmus Mundus scholarship through the Erasmus Mundus Association is uplifting students from developing countries or those underprivileged to have this opportunity, like a life-changing opportunity to experience high quality training from European universities that would significantly be a solution in their home countries. Because I'm from the Philippines, and I must admit that my country is one of the greatest contributor of plastic pollutions in the marine environments. Once again, if you have questions about my poster, please approach me and I would be happy to answer it. Thank you.
Thanks, Yvonne, for this presentation. And the next would be Shraddha Damore.
Hi everyone, my name is Shraddha. I am from India, but I'm currently pursuing my master's in Danube Agri-Food Master. It's a program called DAFM. It's a very new program. I am the third intake, I'm one of the third intake student from the program. This project is from my previous degree back in India, because I just started my program and I'm doing one internship right now, which maybe I will present that project in next EMA. But this is, I want to tell you about this poster, because if you ever been to any international conference like this one, or maybe in Europe or somewhere in USA, you would always be, if you are a vegetarian like me, or you don't eat meat, you will be always standing in a dinner buffet looking for some vegetarian option, and will still be wondering, because I met a lot of people yesterday while having dinner, and they were asking me, do you find something vegetarian here? And I was like, okay, if you find something, please tell me no. So then I think about my project, because this project is about the pigeon pea. It's a legume in the family, which is consumed mostly in the coastal region, in the most part of the India. We have a lot of cuisines around this legume, like dal and other dishes like we eat with rice. But if you consider I did this project under the university, where the university was near to the coastal region, and the coastal region was more, the soil was more adapted to the rice farming. So people there were only farming the rice, so they were not focusing on the production of this pulses or cereal, legumes and all those things. And their protein intake was reducing, because they had to export this protein food from other parts. So what we did under this project, that our university wanted to release new variety in this category of the pigeon pea crop. But for that, they did this with this mutation breeding. So they took the variety, the plant, they treated with the gamma radiations. It was funded by under the BARC. It's like the Atomic Research Center in Mumbai in India. And then I got the opportunity to work on the 4th generation of that crop. And I analyzed the whole result, that how this variety would create the diversity and how we will able to release that variety in future. So after doing it's more very technical about the part what I did. I mostly work in the molecular phenotyping about the things. Like I took the 50 samples, did their DNA analysis, PCR analysis, and bioinformatic tools. And I got 4 different plants that has this variation that we are looking for. And now after me, there are 2 students in that university who are working on the next generation. And hopefully we will be able to release this variety in maybe next 2 to 3 years, because if you are someone from plant science background, you would know it's not that easy to release a variety as a proper thing. And you can see on my graph that there are so much data and all those images. If you are so much into all those things, and if you want to know more about what I did and what is the application of all these things in future, you can just come to me and we can discuss it. Thank you so much. And thank you so much for this opportunity. I feel really grateful to be part of EMA, and I hope we can meet again and again. Thank you.
Thank you, Shraddha, for his presentation. Sorry, for her presentation. Next comes Inan, please.
Good morning, everyone, or good afternoon. And my name is Inan, and I did my Erasmus Mundus joint master's degree from a program called SARENA. It's the Safe and Reliable Nuclear Applications. I am a nuclear engineer from Bangladesh. I did my bachelor's and master's in Bangladesh, and then this one. And this program was at a university in France, IMT Atlantic, and at a Polytechnic University in Madrid, Spain. And this poster is about the master thesis research that I did at the Belgian National Nuclear Research Center, SCK-CEN. And this is actually a really interesting thing, because at SCKCEN, they are building the world's first research nuclear reactor that has a proton accelerator combined to it. This is a whole new idea, and for that, we need more proton nuclear cross-section data to analyze and to simulate the whole conditions that we have. So for example, if you can see at the top, when if you have a particle accelerator and we have a target block of any kind of material or elements, and a particle beam hits it, and we have a lot of particles that are going everywhere. And my focus was on neutrons because it has twofold consequences. First, it can have severely damaging consequences on the components and the materials or the equipment itself. And the more important one, it can damage the health of operating personnel. So we need to really design proper shielding around the room or the facility. So for that, we need to simulate different models in reactor physics codes. But even for that, before that, we need robust nuclear data to actually accommodate right codes and have a proper simulation. My work was on building that data. My project was under the umbrella project of the JEF, that is the European Nuclear Data Library. And for that, I had to analyze 3 competing nuclear data libraries, cross-section data libraries, from the American one, that is the ENDF, then the Japanese one, that is the GENDL, and the TENDL, that is basically curated by the International Nuclear Agency, the IAEA. So my primary focus was to build a methodology where I can do statistical analysis and all that, and recommend which nuclear data library is more reflects the experimental data that we have from before, and which one is better for each of the 286 natural elements that we have. For example, we can say for sodium, the Japanese library has better results, but for aluminium, the American one has the better results. We have to identify that so we can make the European library set to a standards that can be at the top. And why we need that? Because these data sets will be used later for really important nuclear research, like straightforward what my master program was about, reducing nuclear waste. That is one of the biggest public concerns about the nuclear industry, that we are going to have a lot of nuclear waste that we do not know how to deal with. We actually do, but we nerds are very bad at communicating that to the public, because radioactivity as of now and as for all the time is invisible. We cannot communicate that whatever we are building is safe, and we cannot make you believe that. So we need proper data sets, we need proper nuclear communications and all of data to be visible for the public to see that they are safe. And my research that is shown in this poster was a very small cog in a very big machine of scientific contribution. And I hope with this work in forward, someone really brilliant can use these nuclear data sets to do some amazing research that can help us tackle all the problems that we have in the nuclear industry right now. And as with the focus to go green and get the sustainable nuclear energy options to be in not only limited to just the 31 countries that have nuclear power right now, but to all the countries in the world. And with that thing in mind, I am doing my PhD right now at NTNU, the Norwegian University of Science and Technology, where I'm assessing if Norway, who has nuclear research reactors, can actually have a nuclear safety culture good enough to go big and have nuclear power in the future. Not nuclear weapons, but nuclear energy. So thank you for the opportunity and the platform for me to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Inan, for his presentation. The last one is from Oscar. Please have on stage.
Well, hello everyone. I will try to keep it short. Okay, so basically the idea behind this research that is actually from the program called FIPDES, not Sarena, I don't know why it says Sarena. FIPDES, Food Innovation and Product Design. It's a contribution between Université Paris-Saclay here in Paris and the university in Napoli, Federico II. And basically here, what we were trying to do is, we know that a lot of the issues that we have right now in terms of health could be assessed or attended by different types of diets. And plant-based diets are the common solution that we are finding in the market right now. The problem with this is that the higher the demand the plant-based diets have, the higher the waste is produced, because, you know, once we obtain the protein or the fiber that we are interested in, all the other material of the legumes or the grains that we didn't use goes actually discarded. So the research that I am presenting is how to revalorize those waste in terms of using them again as an ingredient and be able to have like a full value chain where you don't have actually waste. So what we did was to use chickpea as a model example. And here what we did was to realize that we have a lot of fiber and a lot of antioxidants trapped in the waste matter. So we released them from the matrix using fermentation. And then once we have that ingredient, it's like, okay, we can finish the research here, but actually we needed to test if that was actually going to be useful for the food industry. So we tested in different models. One of them was biscuits, in order to see the interaction with other ingredients, such as a fat matrix or sugar, and how does that make the sensory component feel? Because we could have the best product in the world, but if it tastes bad, nobody's going to buy it, so what's the point? In the end, I am very happy to say that the research show that the fermented ingredient can actually increase the antioxidant activity of this waste that now is a new ingredient for baked products. It also lowers the glycemic index, which means that it doesn't have a huge impact on the insulin response that we have in the body. And also the sensory characteristics of the product are acceptable for the consumers. So we also ran a consumer study where we gave this product to people and we asked them like, okay, if we give this product to you, would you notice that there's a difference? They didn't. There are some different notes, a bit more caramelized, a bit more, you know, intensified baked aromas. But other than that, it was perfectly acceptable. So basically what this project is aiming to do is how to reduce the waste in the food industry. That is one of the industries that generates more and more waste every day with every innovation, while improving the nutrition and dietary constraints among this. So yeah, that's basically it. Thank you.
Thank you, Oscar, and sorry for my mistake. Every time we receive hundred of application, I always underestimate how many programs that Erasmus has. It's just outrageous. But last but not least, I want to showcase that one of the initiatives that Hazaria, one of our members, took is to publish those poster results that we received with the candidate in our own journal, or supplemented with our own EMA name. So I guess it will be led by Hazaria, and I will try to help her in some way, if I can. And thanks all of our RNI unit. Without them, it wouldn't be possible. A big applause. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Research and Innovation Unit, for doing amazing, outstanding job for the 3 consecutive years. Hopefully, it will be continuing, and EMA is for students also. So this is what exactly we do during the student level. So as you know that we are really on time, but I'd like to take 5 minutes from your lunch, because we have noticed, even after the announcement yesterday, still we have noticed that some of you maybe didn't collect your souvenir from EMA. That is what we called EMA magazine. So I'd like to give the floor to our legal director, Mr. Razi Eman Edine in order to tell you something about Erasmus Mundus magazine, our magazine. Razi, you have 5 minutes, please.
Hello. Please feel free to take a seat, maybe, if you wish. Huh? Okay, you should stand. Oh, yes, so we will be quick. First of all, I want to thank a lot the team that worked on this project. You already know about the project. It was a very nice souvenir we decided to make. I only had the honor of overseeing the team, but the team is actually 12 people that worked on the design, on the editing, on the coordination, and over 65 contributors from the EMA community and from beyond the EMA community, from other stakeholders who created and drafted the input. So I just was administrating the team, nothing more. So I don't take any credits. I'm just speaking because perhaps you would otherwise showcase the cover page, which was created by Lizlet. This is, please. So would you be comfortable telling us who this person is and what does this mean, or it's okay?
Okay, maybe. I was put, good morning. I was put on the spot by Razi. So I think you can, sorry, I think you can read it from the back, what the cover means, but I just want to tell you that it took a lot of drafts to approve what cover should we use. But like upon deep contemplation, and also disclaimer, I'm not a designer. I'm actually into science. I don't know why they picked me, but I'm really into science. But I think we cannot do 2 masters at one time. But maybe we can be a different thing at one point in time. I don't know if it makes sense. But well, back to the cover. This is Desiderius Erasmus. He is the founder, or maybe the seed of Erasmus Mundus. And while contemplating, I was thinking, what would Erasmus look like nowadays? So how would he think of Erasmus Mundus? And so now with this, I'm thinking that maybe this time Erasmus is happy because of what he is seeing right now, and maybe the current situation or current picture that we have today is the fulfillment of Erasmus' dreams, you know, bringing people together. And of course, since I have the opportunity to design it, I put my photo. No, I'm kidding. It was, it's my favorite photo among all the photos that I had in Erasmus Mundus, because like Erasmus, this is also a fulfillment of my dreams, and it changed my life forever, being in Erasmus Mundus. And maybe us in the graduation is what Erasmus imagined when he was crafting this project. So I think that's it.
Thank you, Lizlet, for such heartfelt insights. Of course, this was put on the spot. We have a few more things we're going to put everybody on the spot with. So just to keep things interesting, but thank you. That was really beautiful. Fahmida, perhaps?
Just one line,
Yes,
yeah.
no, take your time.
I would just like to say that working on this magazine gave us a very, very polarized experience. Like on one hand, some of the write-ups were like brilliant pieces that even questioned myself about my writing skill. And on the other hand, some of the writings, well, let's just say, yeah, we wanted to kill ourselves, something like that. But if you see your name somewhere in the magazine, I can make sure that this has gone through a thorough review process, and you can be proud. And don't forget to bring back your magazine to you. Thank you. You should be proud, yeah.
Also, I may make some final remarks. First, we thank Adaleta Omer Bazik, who coordinated this whole thing. She was unfortunately not with us today, but she's online, so huge round of applause and huge gratitude for all the work she has done for EMA, but of course for the rest of the team. Also, for those who may have not noticed yet, this was a celebration of the Erasmus Mundus 20th anniversary, but not just that, it was also the celebration of the 90th anniversary birthday of Professor Sofia Corradi, who you may know as Mama Erasmus. We had the honor to reach out to her daughter to ask for a few words on what Erasmus Mundus means to her mother, who took the time and wrote a few heartfelt messages that you can read on some of the first pages. But perhaps if I may quote, if I have a bit of time, one of the sentences is that it reads, "Currently, many of the people holding leadership and decisional positions are Erasmus alumni. So, dear students, I strongly trust you and I am sure you will make a difference." We will, of course, send her some copies, and this poster was designed by her granddaughter on her birthday. We are also happy that she shared it with us. A few other key insights I may briefly highlight very briefly, are some contributions we received from the European Commission in 2 articles, as well as from Dr. Viviane Reding, who is the former Vice President of the European Commission, and perhaps one of the founders of the Erasmus Mundus program, who explains how she had the idea of such a program back in the 70s during her studies in high school, I suppose. And she went on to become an educational commissioner before becoming Vice President of the European Union, and developed this program. And these are insights that she shared with us that are not found somewhere else. So this is a very important preservation of the history of this program, which is what we tried to achieve. Of course, I really thank the amazing team with us here and not with us here today for the amazing work. And please don't miss the chance to give this a read or two, learn more about the history, the insights. There's also an insight on why it was called Erasmus Mundus, what the name means, and what the other suggestions were. And if I may spoil it, they wanted to initially call it Avarreus, but they didn't. You can read why more in the content. Don't miss your chance. Thank you very much, Lizlet, Fahmida, and Ashikur.
Thank you so much. Keep in mind, 1 for each. Okay, don't go for more, because we had limited number. Okay, thank you so much. As you can see right now, it's 1. I would like to request the technical team to put the QR code here in both PPT, and also there will be several more printed QR code in different.
Hello again, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. The exciting results of the voting is out now. You can check. And a warm congratulations to Marvi and Shahin. You are going to have an even more difficult job after this General Assembly Day. All the expectations are just higher and higher. But we are sure that we are trusting you. And we are sure that you are going to empower the whole community. Another round of applause for them. Okay, so now we are going to have a panel discussion. But before that, I'm going to ask a question from the audience. This is a test to see who was listening to the talk in the morning. I would like to know, what does sustainability mean to you in a very brief phrase or word, if someone wants to share their thoughts with us. What do you think? What is sustainability for you?
If my memory isn't faded yet as defined by the Sustainable Development Goals.
This is not a short phrase.
As the achievements of the rights of the preservation of the rights of the upcoming generations, without compromising the abilities of the current generations to achieve their rights.
Nice. That was precise. That was precise. Any other thoughts? Any other thoughts? Sustainability? We don't have so much sustainability fans. Go green, guys. Yes, please.
Use followed by regeneration.
Do you need a microphone?
Okay. She has a strong voice. Nice. Okay, then yeah, so here in this panel discussion, we will say that sustainability starts at home. And what we mean by home here, of course, you might think that it's about separating the waste at home and all of that, of course. But here we are EMA, and home means EMA to us today. And I'm going to invite the guests to have a little bit of discussion about sustainability in EMA. So first, I'm going to invite Dr. Milan Stojanovic. And he is the, please have a, yeah. He's the regional board member of the Collaborating Community Western Balkans Alumni Association, WBAA. And he has the PhD in food science, and he's the assistant of Minister of Agriculture in Serbia. And he's passionate for enhancing the cross-border cooperations in Western Balkans. In EMA, he is CR for Serbia, and also he's ambassador of Erasmus Plus and Sustainable Development. Next guest is Dr. Ashwari Kumar Tiwari. Please welcome him. He is the assistant professor in the School of Environmental Sciences at Jawaharlal Nehru University in New Delhi in India. And he's working on water resource management, GIS, hydrogeochemistry, and pollution of water resources. He did his postdoctoral in Politecnico di Torino in Italy, and he has done Erasmus Mundus program for his master's and Marie Curie for his PhD. Next guest is, well, we have someone as the assistant of ministry, someone from university. Of course, the next one should be from student side. He's Khalid Abdullahi. Yes, please welcome him. He has the experience of studying in 3 continents and 5 countries, and he's passionate for AI and connecting it to healthcare. And he has done initiatives in Green Software Foundation, and now he's the PR of EDI's program here with us. Welcome. So I see that they took my chair away. Thank you. I will continue with you from here for 1 hour. And
you can sit with us.
no, it's fine. It's fine. We can continue.
I think it's much easier. I will give you more space too. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, it will be easier if we sit together. It will be a warm discussion. Is this working? Yes. Okay, amazing. So first of all, just as a warm-up and to get to know your point of view as a general definition, please give us 1 sentence on what you think sustainability means. As audience previously defined, we want to know your point of view. Please, there is the microphone. I think you can start passing.
Daily routine.
Daily routine, nice.
Consciousness.
Perfect.
And for me, it's like responsibility.
Fantastic. Nice. So we are going to start with the topic of the role and vision of EMA on sustainability. And first thing that I'm going to ask Milan first, that how does EMA as an NGO define its role in your point of view in promoting sustainability? And what kind of initiatives are currently undertaken? And please tell us also about your experience in WBAA and how we can do these initiatives also in EMA.
Thank you for having me here today. and thank you for your first question. Which activities have been undergone so far in EMA? I'm, to be honest, I'm not sure, but I will speak from perspective of Western Balkan Alumni Association. When it comes to first generally to EMA as an NGO with global spread, I think that EMA has a big responsibility, having more than 15,000 people, 15,000 alumni all over the world. And in my opinion, as I said, that we implemented for VIBA, one of the core pillars of EMA should be sustainable development, or promoting sustainable development goals. And this sustainability dimension should be implemented in each activity. Even I'm happy that this General Assembly of EMA has risen this topic, and I think in all future activities, either online or on site, we should think about sustainable development. When it comes about collaboration, we already discussed about potential activities. I think that we need to have each other members in all sisters and cousins organizations. As I heard previously here, like sustainable development ambassadors. I think it would be nice, at least for the members who belongs to both, or, for example, VIBA and EMA. For example, when EMA organize some projects anywhere around the world, you can have one Sustainable Development Ambassador from Western Balkans, for example, or from ASAF. I think it is not only about inviting someone from different network. I think also when you have some external expert, it will give some additional value. You know, people like to see external experts. So if I go, for example, to Africa and speak about sustainable development and potential collaboration, it will give some additional value, I believe.
Perfect. Yeah, thank you for that. So just to put it in a very short format, I think you mean promotion through collaboration. This is the essence, I would guess.
Promotion through collaboration, and what I like to say, always concrete examples. It is nice to speak, to raise awareness, but we are lacking of time. We need concrete examples, and we need to produce new ambassadors with some skills, concrete skills.
Of course, yeah. I think being agile is something that is more spoken of in startup ecosystems, but also in NGOs, being agile is very important. And maybe this is something that the new president and vice president can put into more focus, because we are all suffering from the slow processing of our requests always. So next I would go to Ashwari, and I would like to ask you, so let's look a bit more ahead, like as a more general question. Let's talk about the vision. What do you think should be EMA's vision for sustainable development? Specifically, let's talk about the engineering industry, because we have so many Erasmus Mundus programs connected to engineering field, and sustainability comes first when we talk about engineering. So yeah, what do you think EMA as an NGO should be taking?
Thank you for the question, and thank you for having me here. And first of all, I would like to congratulate to the winners, both the winners, President and Vice President, and best wishes for all the candidates. And the thing you can see the sustainability in EMA, that you can see the theme of the General Assembly: Go Green, Connect, Innovate, and Sustain. EMA is already contributing in the sustainability in different ways. If you go in the first session of today, it was about the, from grassroots to the global. We have seen lots of discussion about the contamination on the environment and what are the possible solutions to be there. And I'm glad to know that lots of EMA masters, they are doing in different fields like natural resource management, climate change, sustainable cities, nowadays very in demand to be developed as sustainable cities, and also to develop the treatment technologies to reduce the level of contamination in sustainable environment, where our EMA members can contribute to the industries. They can give the solution, because industries always look the production. They are always targeting their achieve the goals. For example, when I was doing my PhD with the Erasmus Mundus, is exchange program in Politecnico di Torino. So I was working on mining impact on water resources, where we had developed a technology to treat the mine water in less than 10 cents to provide the water for people to use. Because you know, India is a big country, for example, and we have in water stress already. And according to the report of Sustainable Development Goals, 2.4 billion people living in the water stress countries. And even they don't know what they are drinking because there is no data. They don't know what they are drinking, whether this water is, for example, if you see this water is clean, does not mean it's suitable for the drinking because you don't know what is dissolved in it.
Of course, yeah.
So that is the point. So I can see that if you see today's 4 posters, I was noticed there's 2 posters on sustainability, more or less in coastal aquifers related. So in this case, EMA can contribute. It can more contribute to the collaboration with the industries. Like one program I would like to highlight here for the MCAA, Marie Curie. They are now doing the doctoral network between the industries. So they have program of doctoral network where you have choose the PhD with 2 or 3 institutes together, or you can choose the PhD with the industry. So you can develop some solution for the industry for sustainability. So where EMA can also contribute to have some programs like that with the industry in master program. The master student have facility to go to the industry to work on it and give some solution.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Yeah. Honestly, as a current master's student in Erasmus Mundus program, I totally agree that maybe it's a very good idea, very wise idea to consider not only collaborations between university for defining a new Erasmus Mundus program, but also universities and industries and companies. And this can enhance sustainability in several aspects, not only just as a study course that we do in our masters, but also like solving real industrial challenges in the most sustainable way. Thank you very much. And as a last question of this topic about the vision of EMA, let's see what is the student perspective and how do you see the current actions of EMA and the whole community paving the way toward the vision?
Right. I think EMA is doing great when it comes to sustainability. They've put up a lot of initiatives that is promoting sustainability in ways that most people had not imagined before. For example, in 2018, I was lucky enough to be part of one workshop that was aimed at sustainability towards the youth. And when we made a survey, out of 90%, out of all the respondents, about 90% of them mentioned or they attributed sustainability to planting of trees. I mean, this is something that is very common among all people. When sustainability is mentioned, usually the first thing that comes to mind is green, planting of trees. But of course, sustainability goes beyond this. It also includes what we eat and drink, what we wear, and basically everything else that we interact within our society. And so EMA is doing great in this perspective in that it is helping a lot of students and alumni around the globe to participate in a lot of initiatives that is promoting sustainability.
Amazing. Thank you very much. I like this word, amazing. Now I have the power of the microphone. I will use it so many times. Get used to it. Amazing. Okay, then let's slowly move to the next topic of our discussion. Let's talk about strategy and integrating the strategies. So I would like to go back to Ashwari and ask, how can EMA integrate the circular economy principles internally and in the wider network going back to the industrial sector and engineering sector? How do you think we can integrate the circular economy aspect?
Yeah, thank you for the question. We can do that. Like I'm just give 2 examples about 2 projects which is going on co-funded by the Erasmus Plus. And because my university is involved in that project, so I know that. So one is going to project, his name is Sunrise. Another is at Argent. Argent is with Mongolia. Before the panelists from Mongolia, probably she know very well. And this project is going between the India and Mongolia about the adaptation of the urban cities, mitigate. And this kind of project, because it is only Germany, it is one university from Mongolia and India. Why not EMA can involve in such kind of project? We have the experienced people here. They have already have their degree and they are working for sustainability. Not all, but some of the master student, they have degree in natural resource management or urban cities or climate change or any other discipline related to this, or in the economy itself, sustainable economy. So they have experience. Why not EMA can be part of this kind of project? Similarly, if you see our internal partner, one is, I know, the Marie Curie Alumni Association. So we have one sustainability group where we working on the different projects. So it could be also good for EMA to collaborate with the Marie Curie. They have a specific group, global working group, that is called Sustainability Working Group, where we can collaborate with them and they are our internal partner. And we can have some good example, good project. Like one project I was seeing in the website is, and yesterday I have seen some videos as well, sustainability meet impacts. And my friend have already mentioned that one thing, that plantation, the tree. So I always say, only plantation a tree is not a sustainability. To save the tree, that is sustainability. That comes with the responsibility. You just, like many programs in the government programs, they plant 3 lakh plant in a day. But after that, who going to see how many going to survive? Just one day mission on 5 June, because 5th June is the environmental day. So lots of people doing these activities, but no one care about it. Similar in our economy system, when we have good project with the good, university or funded by the European Commission or other partners, then where we can contribute. We have a specialization, but we look a platform where we can associate and where we can, contribute and develop our EMA economy as well, and our EMA platform more wider and more visible to all.
That's true. Yeah, that's absolutely true. And just to add to your point, I would talk about my own experience. Who are PRs here? Please raise hand. Perfect. And if you have managed to bring members from your program to become the community members of EMA, please nod your head. Have you managed to do that? I see only 2 heads. Okay, 2 heads and 2 hands. That's good. I couldn't manage so far, and I think many of us have problems, but as you mentioned, if we manage to bring more talented members, like people who already have the skills and have the knowledge, we just need to bring them to the society of EMA, and then we can put things together and integrate it in our sustainable vision. That's absolutely true. And now I would like to ask Milan, let's say we brought all the skills, we have all the resources and everything seems perfect, but this is probably too good to be true. And there are always some challenges in implementing these sustainable practices. From your experience, what could be those challenges? What could be the difficult times?
Okay, I just want first to...
Is it working? Can you...
Now? Okay. I just want to return back to the previous question, inspired by previous speakers. I want to share my thoughts. For example, why not to introduce new EMA departments or teams? I'm not sure how you call it. For example, for Department for Sustainable Development, or Department for Circular Economy, or even Technology Transfer, because I saw that we are having students doing very high-level research regarding sustainability, so maybe we can have some technology transfer department, or even to try to make partnerships with companies, maybe who are interested to have our members as interns, or just to work on developing, implementing some research to try to commercialize it.
I see. So you think that we are lacking the moderating part for that, like the hand who can put the things together and integrate all these talents into a real project.
Maybe, yeah. I think we should think about these how to say, hot topics Okay, EMA has a purpose to promote international mobilities, to promote Erasmus, okay, but we will be even more relevant global stakeholders if we keep touch with these hot topics. So I see that we are having researchers, so I'm proposing to make this technology transfer department, at least where people can work together and even propose something, but even next level should be if we have some partner companies that can implement this research, because as a researcher it's not always easy, because me myself, I'm PhD, and I know how was difficult for me to find industry where I could implement my research. But as EMA, who is now a global stakeholder, I think can be even easier, because from the point of view of companies, it can be also attractive to collaborate with one organization as EMA is. And when it comes to challenges, I just want to say, every time when we speak about sustainable development, the biggest challenge is policymakers should make a framework, or I don't agree. Okay, in Serbia we have good policies, but they are not implemented. So my opinion is that we need to raise awareness, and we need to implement sustainability in our everyday routine. You know, we need to be aware what we are doing and why. How we consume energy, how we treat waste, and many other things. You know, you can have the best regulations and policies, but still it not working. Like we are having examples in our Western Balkan countries. So I would go. You know, we need to insist on sustainable development, and the best is if we can combine sustainable development with the main purposes of EMA. It is like a win-win combination.
Of course, yeah. I would like to link your points to the topic of our panel, sustainability starts at home. So this is exactly every EMA member, every one of us and people who we can bring to the society of EMA, we have families. We are human, as discussed today, and each of us can promote it inside the family, each of us can promote it in university, in our professional network, and we have our own communities. So I think 16,000 members of EMA around the world is more than enough to implement really nice things all together. Perfect, and now let's move to Khalid, and I would like to ask the final question of this part, again, from the student perspective, what has worked well and what has not worked well so far according to sustainability implementations? What do you think?
Right. I think one thing that has really worked well is the things that is readily available to be implemented. For instance, I'm sure that all of you before coming here, you received a couple of emails from EMA emphasizing on how we wanted to go paperless during this General Assembly. It's something that I really recommend the organizers for. Of course, this is something that is easy to implement, but there are certain challenges that are well beyond the shoulders of EMA. For example, if you go to a country like Ghana, where I come from, and Dr. Nelly will bear with me, we currently have a challenge in gold production. We are one of the gold, the leading gold producers of the world, but there is no sustainable way to extract these, natural resources. And like you rightly said, we can't just have frameworks. It's about how to get these frameworks to work. So how do we do it? I think we as ambassadors for EMA, we also have a role to play in ensuring that there is sustainability. We have to ensure that whatever that we learn from here, we serve as ambassadors, recruit new people. Of course, it's a way of life. Sustainability is not just something on paper. It's a way of life, just as I said in the beginning. So let's recruit more people, create awareness, and let's enable a lot of people to have a sustainable mindset. And I think we'll be able to solve some of the existing challenges.
Of course, yeah, perfect. Thank you very much. Okay, amazing. It was also a nice part of our talk. Now I would like to move to the next topic. Let's talk more practical. I would like to ask about tools and innovation for doing the sustainable implementations in EMA. So I would like to continue with you, Khalid. you are an AI passionate person. Tell us, how can technologies like AI and Internet of Things, IoT, support EMA's sustainable goals and activities?
Right. I think this is a question that has interest of most of you, I suppose, because I believe we have a
has
lot
the
of...
interest of most of people who are listening,
Right.
but I see 80% of people on their phone, their laptops. Yes, guys, hello. Good afternoon.
Right. I've heard it a couple of times. A lot of people blame we computer scientists for innovating tools like ChatGPT for destroying the world because it consumes a lot of energy. Right, that may be true, but we should not just look at it from that perspective. It's also all about creating awareness and teaching people to know what they can do these tools for, how to use them properly for efficiency. For example, most of these AI tools generate things that we don't need, and there are ways that we can effectively restrict what they return to us as a response. The more response they give you, the more energy it consumes. And most of the times, we don't need all the information that is returned to us. So, it's something that we can start doing from now. And another thing that I want to mention is that AI tools can really help in a lot of ways. For example, we can embed AI models in devices that can be used for monitoring and reporting in waste management, for example. I was really impressed when I went to Barcelona. I don't know if there is anybody from Barcelona here, but I'm a big Real Madrid fan. I don't really like Barcelona, but yeah, when I saw that, I fell in love with Barcelona. I saw that in their dustbins, they have some sort of devices that can send signals, real-time signals, to the waste managers, so that they are able to know when to empty these bins. It's something that is really amazing, and I'm very convinced that we can use AI in ways that can even go beyond this to help in sustainability.
Of course, yeah. AI is just a tool. We need to learn how to use it for the best of our benefits, of course. Thank you very much for that. And now I would like to ask Milan. Well, I'm an engineer, and with an engineering background, for me, most of the actions need some assessment, and we should talk about numbers, metrics, indexes. So how do you think EMA should and can measure and check its impact in such activities? And I mean, in regards with sustainability implementations, what's your experience in WBAA, and how can we take it into consideration just to check and have some metrics to measure?
Yeah, that's a good question. Measuring impact can be challenging thing, but that's why by doing concrete things, you can have concrete numbers. For example, you can have exact number of, for example, cleaning spots. You can have an exact number of involved female entrepreneurs. For example, you can measure your inclusivity, for example, and such things. So I'm not a lot about digital things, but I can share some examples. For example, what have been done in VIBA. How we are dealing with sustainability. Last project 2 weeks ago, we had some concrete advices how we can have more sustainable daily life. For example, regarding food, to buy local things, not to buy, for example, if you live in Serbia or Macedonia, not to buy pineapple or avocado, for example, every day. Okay, sometimes, but it takes a long way to arrive to our region, and carbon footprint is very high. So try to buy food from market. Try to buy these family packages. Think about waste. Also, for example, these shoes I'm using already 6 years. So I will not trash them and just buy new. You know, when I see that someone is buying new things, in my head is just producing more trash. Everything that we are using, I consider as a trash. So we need to be very, very careful when we choose some things for us that we need to be sustainable. Really.
Of course, yeah. It starts at home.
Yeah,
Of course,
it starts
definitely.
at home. Or for example, you have old T-shirt. It can be when it cannot be usable anymore. You can use as a cloth, for example, for my car or something. You know, you need to make this how to say sustainable mindset, and then all things go. But then I see how other people also implement. At the beginning, first they are making fun of you. They think that you want to save some money or and then when they see no, that you are not doing this to save money, but okay, also you are saving money, but the point is to be sustainable, not to produce trash.
And it's not bad to save money.
Yeah, it's not bad to save money also.
Yeah. Okay,
Yeah.
perfect. Thank you very much.
For measuring, yeah, you need to have concrete actions and concrete numbers. Yeah, that's the best.
So we need to start measurements from the beginning of the action and
Yeah, from
not
the
just
beginning
leaving it for later and going back and trying to find some vague data that we don't have it.
Exactly.
Perfect. Thank you very much. And now I would ask Ashwari about the concrete tools and indicators and dashboards or any kind of other things that EMA can use. What would you suggest as a more practical approach? What would you suggest that we do for EMA?
Okay, thank you for the question. Before to answer your question, I would like to add something in his discussion. So it's like I'm always telling that if you are not doing anything to save the environment, you are saving environment more. Trust me, if you are doing something to save the environment, you're going to destroy the environment. Better don't do anything.
But can you give us examples?
I have an example, okay? So I will give you example from India. So during the summer, temperature is going to be around 40 degrees. And there is one NGO, he started to work on Yamuna River. And they call 1 lakh people come to make a human chain on bank of Yamuna River in month of June. And you have temperature around 40 degrees. Think about how much plastic water they have generated. They had lots of drink water. They have to drink water because they have to stand 1 or 2 hours, 3 hours, and they are drinking water and food packages. So think about that river is not going to receive that trash at least 1 year. It's going to receive in a single day. So don't do. In the COVID, what happened in the COVID? Nature has ability to sustain themselves. In the COVID, when everything was in the lockdown, all the nature is going to sustain themselves. They get time to sustain. So if you don't go to the nature will be very happy.
Leave nature alone.
Yeah.
Go home.
That is always I'm telling, don't do, if somebody is I'm going to do for the environment, please don't do. Enjoy at home, don't come out. If you come out, you will create a problem to the environment. Is it true?
May I add something?
Yeah, please.
But the point is to learn to live together, nature and humans.
I agree. That's I said in first my term, responsibility. To save the environment or to be sustainable environment, you have to be aware. The important thing. I'm just always telling to people to ask, if you are in a 5-star hotel and you're getting a water free of cost, how many bottles you're going to drink in a day? Maybe 3 bottles, 4 bottles, and more water you carry in your bag or in your car. But if same water is going to be 50 euro, I'm sure 90% people going to survive in single bottle, whole day.
Whole year.
I'm not push much tariff on the environment, but I'm just telling about the responsibility. When it comes to you, then you understand the pain.
I see, yeah. I understand your point.
That is a meaning. Responsibility and are responsible means to utilize the natural resources in a responsible way that you can, save the future of your next generation. Something for the next generation. That is also UN definition so said. And in this case of your answer, so we are already doing something for environment. Mm-hmm. And how we can collaborate, I have already mentioned in my previous talk. We have internally lots of good platform. I again give the example of the Marie Curie Association because I'm closely working in that, and I have responsibilities that. So where EMA can contribute with them, we can have some activity with them. That is one dashboard or tool we can use. Till we don't have our own unit. For example, I'd like to say the board, maybe in future you think about to have one unit on sustainability. Or you can add sustainability in the research and innovation unit. Maybe it can be research, innovation, and sustainability unit. So till that, we can associate another NGOs or other platform, they are working for the environment, and where we can contribute. And also, if you see the mission of our EMA, it's like multicultural exchange. Why not we have a workshop or something that we can discuss to traditional, cultural, sustainable exchange program? No, we are come from Asia. We have practicing sustainable environment more than 2,000 years ago. We have rainwater concept more than 2,000 years ago. We are practicing that. If you think about when we are in 1960, before 1960, we are doing organic farming, and people telling, oh, you have huge population, and you don't know how to do the agriculture. So we opt Green Revolution in 1916. What we did? Definitely, we produce much and much grains, food for the population, but this Green Revolution need much water, much fertilizer. What we did? We have contaminated most of the aquifers, especially the groundwaters with the nitrate and other pollution. And do you know, surface water you can restore. You have capability, you can restore the surface water, but once you contaminate your groundwater, you cannot restore. And now we are paying more to get the organic foods. Similar happened with the plastic. When it come, oh, it's very unique plastic. Oh, use plastic, use plastic. Now we are crying. Yeah. In India, in July 2020, we banned the single-use plastic. Go in the market, you can get it easily. I went to the vegetable market and they are giving me watermelon in the plastic. So
organic food in plastic.
So this is thing. So there are number of platforms, number of NGOs, they are working for the environment, and we are also contributing to this. Also we have some project, we have seen some videos already, some are using the plastic to the cloth, and some other small steps, and plantation. And this kind of activity we can increase, and we can, that I mentioned, maybe have cultural, traditional exchange of the sustainability. Different countries have different traditions and their knowledge system. We can share with them, and we can have, much discussion on the sustainability.
I see, yeah. Okay, just to wake everyone up again and have a bit of interaction and cultural exchange on sustainability. Since a few months ago, I'm living in Germany, and in Germany, it's really a thing to have your own bottle of water which has a Brita filter. Maybe this is, I don't know, we don't consider it as an advertisement for Brita, but it's really common. And I just want to know in which countries you have such a thing that you always carry with you, and it's really a serious part of your daily life, like a bottle of water that you always have with you, no matter summer or winter. Azerbaijan, Pakistan, Bangladesh, sorry, countries? Germany, countries, Pakistan, countries, Australia, nice, countries? Malaysia, Denmark, okay, nice. Nice, Norway, okay, perfect. Netherlands as well, great. I see not only European countries, but also non-European. That's really nice. Okay, we have a sustainable EMA community here. Congratulations. Okay, just to not fall behind the schedule and be on time, going back to our panel discussion for the last and most important part, it's about people. EMA is about people, is about purpose. So I would like to continue with you, Ashwari, but in this round, I would like to ask all of you to keep it a bit brief because we need to wrap up in the end. My question is that how does EMA engage stakeholders like students, alumni, local communities in its sustainable framework, like real practical engagement, how to bring them to the table and make them do something, take an action. Because we already have some lifestyles, but changing it, it's not easy. And how to really change it, how to bring all the stakeholders to the table and to do something together.
Okay, thank you. I'm sure everyone contributing to the sustainability. I'm very much sure. And some way, in some steps, they are contributing to the sustainability. And question how we can do that, that one I have mentioned that we can have this cultural program where different region can discuss what are the practices in our regions to save the environment, to protect the environment. And then we can involve, or that I mentioned, in future the board or the people we think we can have a group of sustainability where the motivated people, volunteer come forward and do something for the sustainability.
So more of cultural exchange.
More of the cultural exchange. Because the practice, like some practice in Africa, that might be good for Asia.
Of course, of course.
Yes, some practice might be good for another region, other
Exchanging
countries.
ideas.
Exchanging idea. And in this case, you involving our,
I see.
members. And we are the global community, and we are most of the, distributed in different regions and different countries. So everyone have their own unique practices to preserve, save the environment.
Definitely.
In that case, we can contribute. And just, it's like mentioned, sustainability start from home. I would like to just add in that sustainability start from the individuals. So first we have to correct ourselves.
Of course.
And how much we are going to save. If we are following the rule, then we can advise to someone.
Yeah, fantastic. Thank you very much.
You.
Now I would like to ask Khalid my next question. How do you think EMA can balance the economic and environmental goals in a sense that when we are doing decision making for our economic goals, we don't harm the environment and we don't have sustainability costs?
Right. I would take it from what he said and then build up on that. I will try to be brief. I think that EMA, one thing EMA can do is to prioritize projects and initiatives that, does not, that does not conflict each other in terms of environment and financial. So when there are calls for projects, EMA needs to evaluate it rigorously from both financial aspect and also from the environmental aspect, and to ensure that projects that prioritize these two without any conflict are given much more priority.
Thank you very much. Yeah, that's a nice approach, of course. And my last question goes to Milan. I would like to ask, going back to the engagement of stakeholders, please tell us about your real experience from WEBA, real examples and partnerships that were successful to bring people that were previously not really engaged, and now they are engaged and they are doing initiatives for sustainability actions. How was your experience on that?
Okay. Just briefly, I'm having two comments on Professor's speech. Just want to share one tip. My friend, he is a physical chemist, and he did research regarding bottled water, and they found that there are a lot of microplastics in bottled water, and the best choice is that you have this filter with active coil, and to use like tap water, and to pass through this filter and to use, if possible. You try to avoid bottled water from plastic. And second thing is that he was speaking about organic farming. We need to be aware that if you want to consume good quality food and to support local producers, we need to pay a bit more. When you buy food from big markets, they are having a heap reproduction. They are also making a lot of waste, a lot of negative impact on the environment. So you have two choices: to eat like low nutrition, like cheap food, or to support local producers and to eat good quality food. Just to think about this. And regarding stakeholders, stakeholder is very like a broad term. So stakeholders are everyone: decision makers, local NGOs, students, universities. Yeah, so it's not easy to involve all of them, for example, in one activity or project. But for example, next week we will implement one grassroots activity in Serbia. So the point is to speak about exactly about sustainable development, about biodiversity, about renewable energy sources.
Is it for public or?
VIBA is organizing within the working package 3.
Okay, so the audience is internal. It's not for public.
It's internal, but as we agreed, EMA will share this initiative. So in case they have any EMA member in Serbia, they can participate, because this time is like a local project only for Serbia.
Perfect.
And the idea is actually we will gather alumni, also not only from Western Balkan, also some Swedish alumni who studied, because Sweden is also investing a lot of efforts in sustainable development. We will combine them. Also, we will invite all local stakeholders. When I say local stakeholders, it means local authorities, provincial authorities, local NGOs, also everyone who is involved in this topic. So we manage that we will have all of them at the same table.
Very
and so
nice.
we will have a series of panel discussions. We will also have a walk in the nature with a guide who will explain the importance of biodiversity, importance of bees for the world. Also, we will speak about, you need to also provide some attractive things to people. We will speak about importance of every single species of flora and fauna. And at the end, as I said, we will have this female entrepreneurship fair, because in Western Balkan region, I think it is very important to support women who are having startups. So we will also have at the same time women who establish some business, and some women who are doing already something at home but they didn't register. So they can exchange like experience. Also, it will be local media who will record this and promote also their businesses.
That's very nice.
Yeah.
That's very nice. Yeah, actually, this is something that we also discussed yesterday about startups. Maybe EMA can also consider a startup unit, same as the Sustainable Development Unit, just to add on the values in the community. Thank you very much. As the closing words, I first would like to ask those closing words from the audience. Based on our 1-hour panel discussion, if you want to name only one action that EMA should do in the upcoming year until next General Assembly Day for us, for next year to feel proud of what we did during the past year, what should be the one action? I see the president, I see the candidate of the presidency. I want more of the other members also. But yeah, we will start first from here. Microphone, please. Yes.
Thank you so much. It was amazing discussion that we have been having. Just wanted to add all these initiatives regarding sustainability. We really want to do even more than that, but we need your support. We have very few volunteers in project support unit. Like currently we have a few projects regarding sustainability that are open and that we are going to even, if receive funding, we would need more of volunteers. Please come and join with us. Give us the hands. That's what we need. All these ideas, all these initiatives that we have spoken of, we are willing to implement. We just need resources, and resources are you people. Please keep the momentum alive and join with us.
Thank you
so
very much. Thank you very much. Yeah. These are the first words of the new president of EMA. So EMA history should remember that we need more people. Next, yes,
yeah,
please.
From my side, I would like to do one small action. Everyone, remember how many times you buy a plastic bottle. Like from now until next year, how many times do you buy a plastic water? And for all those living near the ocean, think about it.
Thank you very much.
Think about it.
Thank you very much. There's one hand there.
We are really getting overtime. We are late, so we can take the questions later.
Sure, yeah.
And we go with the session, or you miss the tour.
Sure,
I'm sorry
yeah, okay.
to be the bad guy, but I don't have a choice.
I'm sure everyone has amazing ideas here. Thank you to you guys. Thank you to the guests.
It was an amazing panel. Thank you very much. It was a nice talk. Yeah, thank you very much.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much for that, and thanks for the wonderful discussion. Now, as the General Assembly, if you followed the emails and the chain of information that was given to the participants, you have completed one of the responsibility and rights of the members as a Erasmus Mundus Association, but we are also waiting one other, that is the financial accounting and reporting. So you'll also need to vote on that. So next in the agenda is for the financial reporting and presentation, and for that I would like to welcome Ishwan, who is the financial director.
Thanks a lot, Niksha, and good afternoon, my dearest, amazing EMA friends. Today is the last day of our GA, and I feel really so happy, so honored to be share the best moment together with you. Now it's time for a financial reporting presentation, and I try to do myself to say it. Can you? Sorry, thank you. And just like always, we have EMA really warm and strong team. So if there are something I can't really describe clear, my brother, Niksha and Razi and every person here. Yes, thank you. First of all, it's about our financial annually report, and we just completed text filling and delivered the year's report. And I think all of you already received an email several days ago and read it. And today I just want to make everything clear. First is about our EMA balance. We have two accounts, wise and people, and it was about last year, close year, and to this open year. And now it's for transactions. In fact, this year, we have two big received. First one is about our funding from Genet E+, and the second one is about our WISE cashback, and totally we received this from last year, and this one is from our outspend. For all of the year, we have 40 actions. So everything is already here. Most of them, they are from our project, and we have some also our magazine or lapel pins or trademark for our logo, something like this. So this one is our list. And this is our account summary for next year, because we think normally we have to do some new things for our new term. For example, like our EMA shop, and we just create our donation ship. I think everyone, you can just check our EMA website, and you can find a new QR code. It's for our EMA's future. And thank you for all of your attention. Yes, this is my QR code. Just scan it maybe, and then you can join us. Even though we are not perfect, but we try to do our best. And we not only spoke, because my speaking is not really well, but just do it. So happy and so welcome you. I'm always stay here to welcome you to join us. Scan this. Thank you.
Thanks, Marvi. Did you practice in rapid fire before? Yeah, maybe the numbers were coming too fast, but yes. What I would like to ask is, because we would like to have your votings on whether you need to approve the last financial report and also give the management the permission to spend the budget for the next year. That's what the idea about the General Assembly is. So my first question would be, it was distributed to you. Did most of you, at least most of you, had the chance to review the report that was distributed? We have also asked for a few comments earlier. We have received few comments. We received one email with a few questions. The financial unit or the management board tried to look into that, try to provide justification or comments to that. We know and we addressed that not all the comments were answered, and few are still pending and is on discussion, but we are happy to take. And I would like to say that for people who haven't looked into the report and would like to go through the numbers, we can just put it here for a few minutes, and if you have any questions or queries, in particular, let's try to make it brief because we also want to go for a picture in the Eiffel Tower. So let's try to be brief, but we don't want to make it rapid fire and say like, you didn't do anything, but we will ask you for both. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, so as per the statutes, it should be at least before 7 days in the website. That was there, but what we noticed is maybe that was not an information that was available to all the GA participants. And that is why before 2 days, because we didn't receive any feedback when it was updated in the website, that's why as the organizing committee, we thought that maybe it's better that not everyone goes and visits the website to look at the financial reports. That is why that was sent 2 days ago or 3 days ago. We take that into consideration. The next board, that is something to be considered, that financial report. But it also depends on, because the participants of General Assembly is also dependent on like whom exactly to send and these kind of things. But that is something to consider. Thanks.
The financial report is for everybody. Exactly. Not for those attending GA. It's a right for every member.
I appreciate, and like I said, as per the statutes, that was done. And I am acknowledging that fact, but it's what I'm trying to say is that is the reason it is in the website, for the same reason that all the members have the opportunity to comment. And this is not only the opportunity, I would like to say, like you can have comments even after this.
Well, it's already passed. It has to be before. Here's your mic.
There is another.
Yeah.
So, yes, thank you. I have coordinated with FMU. If you saw my name, Leah, on the beginning, I have coordinated with FMU for this representation. The reason why it's only 5 days is to strike a balance between sufficient time to review, but also sufficient time to stop the spending of EMA. So the moment we publish the financial report, EMA can no longer spend a dime. Although, especially in the days leading up to the GA, some spendings become necessary. So that's why it's to strike a balance that everybody knows in preparation of the GA, any potential circumstances that might lead the management board to spend any more money must be stopped within 5 days. But then again, we might get an email, well, before the period elapses, we might get an email of some extraordinary budget, a cake, for example. In that case, yes, it would be balanced. So that's the rationale behind this period. So yeah, please, happy to take more questions.
Yeah, the legal person giving legal opinions. Let's go next.
I hope that was convincing, though, this balance between stopping the spending and being transparent. Oh, yes, please. This is not
First of all,
working.
thank you for the budget, and I mean, thank you also for the questions. To follow up on what you said, this was a big discussion we had last year in Istanbul, and feel free to follow up on that as well. What you were saying about the conditions that we cannot spend a dime afterwards, if we forecast, we can do, that's possible. I'm just reading right now the statute in the French, what was deposed. I cannot see anything about that. And yet again, what I believe, and I mean, you did not answer also all my questions that I had, for all the transparency, accounting, project accounting, follow-up, etc. We need to find a way to fix that. This is not possible that 2 General Assemblies in a row, we don't have full balance sheet and the members are like, can we have more information? How can we do it, etc. So rather than like just anything else which is work, we need to really focus on that. So what I will suggest is to take on hold and organize an online voting so every single EMA member can actually vote. And we can do an extraordinary General Assembly for that. And that can be also done online. So it's not necessary that we do it in person, because if members don't feel comfortable to do that, and not all members are here even, because we just have a selection of members, so everyone can maybe analyze the numbers, and you can also send all the documents that are needed for members to analyze, because this is not a complete accounting sheet.
Thank you for the feedback. Let's discuss several points, if I may represent FMU on that. So first, I think you reverted to the issue of the spending versus reporting. Once again, anything that we spend must be in the report. Once the report is published, shouldn't be changed or modified. So the moment we buy a cake, we spend, let's say, 40, 50 euros to have a cake. We have to put it in the report. After we publish the report, we can't buy any more cakes, sadly, but rationally. So no, we can't spend after the reports are published. But
we can buy the cake, which is the famous cake. We can buy and order it on the 1st of May.
Well,
there is no problem. I mean, if it's the cake, the problem, like the cake can be ordered.
So where do you stop? So where do you stop spending? Why
you
not
stop
the 1st of
in every
January?
serious organization.
Why?
You stop, but by our laws, it says from the 1st of June until the 30th of July, if I'm not mistaken. No, 1st of July, 30th of June.
But the publication of the report must be within 5 to 7 days before the General Assembly.
Perfect. So you cut the spending date on the 1st of May.
Perhaps if you wish that to contest the validity of the statute, why did the drafters of the statute put that time frame? That would be contesting the very democratic process which was behind the adoption of that statute.
But that's perfect, but
So
we're
when
not
the
discussing now the
statute was
democratic process,
adopted.
we're discussing the numbers, and we're discussing that they're missing
So
information.
let's perhaps put the time on hold regarding when it was published. Your second questions, why are they not detailed enough? Could you perhaps give us examples on how useful feedback on how you think it could be detailed if we revert back to the previous sheet?
Questions which I sent to the legal and compliance concerns were, could you confirm whether a double entry accounting system is currently being used? And where it is? Of all these expenses. And this is something we did not get an answer for, and this is not the...
On behalf of my colleague, I confirm that all the accounting was entered in good faith by more than a single director, by a set, an equipe, a team of financial, perhaps not experts, sadly, we don't have professional accountants, but financial enthusiasts at least, amateurs, if I may, in good faith, and no discrepancies were reported. That's perhaps most important.
But
so
how can we know that?
Excuse me?
How can we know that? Like, if we don't see all the numbers, if we have just this is like a simple Excel sheet. It's not even Excel.
I can try to
Yes.
know legal compliance things. What we have reported is all the transactions that was done through EMA accounts. 40 transactions were done in 2024, 2025. The 40 transaction has been reported. The amount incoming, the amount outgoing at different headings has been reported. That is in the financial transaction. That is what you have done, and that is displayed in these chapters. If you are thinking that the number of projects that we have done and all the transactions, why it's not reported? Because some of the projects that we do, EMA is not involved in the financial means, like ESA grants. EMA does not receive funds. EMA is a facilitator for that. That's why we don't have that in a financial report. So not all the activities. Country representatives do a lot of activities, but these country representatives, when they do their activities, EMA's financial accounts are not involved. And that is why when we see our financial reports, maybe you're amazed, how are we doing this event in a hotel and we have a budget of this, expenditure of 6,000. Because that is not reported in our financial accounts because EMA's financial account is not involved in that. So what we have reported here and what we are doing here as our financial account is when EMA's two accounts that we have displayed here on the first, EMA has two accounts, one is Wise account and another is PayPal. Whenever these accounts were involved in the activities that we do or our members do or this thing, then that has been reported here. Again, my limited information into this.
Which is the only, it's not like we wouldn't want to report what the support service team, let's say,
You're changing the topic. It's not needed for the support service team. Like we're putting on our
perhaps those are the numbers that we have. We don't interfere with the work of
but
external
no one mentioned that.
stakeholders.
Like we're talking about our numbers.
So perhaps we can revert to you and take another question from another participant. If we can have questions and
Just
have
a feedback.
feedbacks at the end.
It's feedback, basically.
Please.
So my school, my first degree, it's a very big school, Federal University of Technology, Minna. Every month, I receive an email with detailed account activities. Cash that came in, cash that was burnt, amount that is remaining. Recommendation to the new board, is it possible as members for us to have those information per month if possible? I think that will help us to know what's going on, where the money is going, and coming to GA, where you know where the money is, and we can flow with the financial reporting.
So, do you want me to answer, or do you wish?
In terms of, I can give an answer in execution perspective, okay? Just as an execution, it's, again, like I said, it is super nice to have that. Why per month? Let's put it in a dashboard and put it in a website if the numbers change, we can prepare it. But somebody needs to work and somebody needs to work on that framework, which we don't have it now. I agree that we have been talking about it, we can do it. Yes, it's something that a lot of organizations can do it, can implement it. If you have ideas and that is something presentable, what I'm trying to say is what is here is what is the status that we have.
Understand.
If you have, and that's what our question is this is something as a management board from last year to this year, what we are presenting you and what we are asking you to approve is the transaction that has been done, and whether do you agree that the transaction that management board has presented, you are happy with that this transaction reflects the exact situation.
Yes,
exactly.
We appreciate your efforts in terms of like having a lot of improvements, but the question here for approval is what we have presented.
Yeah, I understand, but it's just a bit awkward that we are processing this information 5 days before GA, right? If it's possible to have this earlier, it will really help. Just
so
feedback.
If I may perhaps reply to your feedback, I agree from a practical level, but also we have to go back to the theory. When our learned colleagues at the Finance Management Unit took on that mandate, the very first basis of that mandate was to apply what's in the statute. Yes. So in our statute, these are the requirements. Of course, somebody can go above and beyond and do 10 times what they're asked to do, but we never asked our learned colleagues to do a word than what's already mandated in the statutes. And when I revert to the statutes, I revert to the collective will of the Erasmus Mundus community who approved the statutes. So while perhaps it's a good idea, perhaps, because it might not necessarily be the most proactive way of spending EMA's resources in terms of volunteering time, so human resources, of, let's say, having somebody drafting a report every month. Perhaps we can debate that, but what we can agree is that theoretically speaking, that is the limit which the common community have drafted as a mandate to learned colleagues. So I think that would be sufficient, and we must give them
they did a very good
due
job.
accreditation for doing that. More questions will be a bit fast-paced, perhaps from those who haven't discussed yet, or from somebody who has discussed yet. Laura at the back.
Hello.
That's for me or for Nick Shan?
I think it's just like a general comment, but like what I'm seeing is that overall the problem here is with the fact that it's money that has been spent. So a lot of people seem to be like a bit angry about that. So what I would suggest is maybe publish a budget, like an estimated budget beforehand, so that people can see what's going to be spent.
Yes.
Again, I'm not a financial person, so I have no idea about numbers. But like in terms of definitions, that's what make more sense. Right?
Exactly. So it is this board that was the first board to publish an estimated budget for the upcoming year after at least several years, which was last year, which was a collective decision we have made to publish the estimated budget, which was last year in the Istanbul General Assembly, and we stuck to the budget that was approved by the General Assembly. Now perhaps you might have missed it because the presentation was too fast, too intense, perhaps needlessly. This is the estimated budget for next year. It's perhaps you can have your feedback on that, or we can have move on to the next question. Yes, please. I'm not even sure if my mic is working.
Thank you.
Because I tap it and it doesn't.
For me, it's more like a feedback instead of a questions. As a reader and have working in finance myself, could we please have 1,000 dots separator in the report? I know it's simple, but it matters for the reader. So when you see 50,000, it's easier to process in our visual brain. Yeah, maybe to improve next time. Thank you.
Thank you. No, that's important accessibility also comment. That's very appreciated. I hope our learned colleagues have taken good note on that. So more questions before we proceed with the voting? Perhaps you still had some concerns I didn't raise. Please, like, please feel free to just drop in concern. Okay, yes. Up to you, up to your consideration.
Yeah, I thank you. Yeah, I'm Reagan, Sierra for Zimbabwe. So just my question is just to do it, because I see that there is some money that is still unused within from the budget, right? From the financial report, that there is a lot of money probably that every year is not being used. What are the, how can I put this? Because I believe there are expectations that at least it should be used for something. So what can you share you can share with us to say, let's do something that makes us maybe be able to use these resources, so that maybe, for example, if I'm to be an investor, maybe I'll be like, so you don't need all this money, and I'm going to cut the funding to maybe give you 2,000 because that's the one that you are using per year. So I don't know if you can comment on that. Maybe I've missed something.
I'll take that question, just because what I would like to say is these are the numbers that we have. Yeah. So in 2024, that was the amount that was in EMA's account. 2025, we have second number, which is 55,000. We see that is increasing, but what we also need to take into account is how we operate is, it's as per 5th of May, but there are some amount that has been received for different activities that we do that we need to spend. And when we do this presentation, the whole amount is not always saved in EMA's account. We need to do expenditures accordingly. So when we do this, let's say some of the amounts, some of the projects that we need to do expenditures, that could be like in June or July. So that amount will not be every time in EMA's account. So, but I acknowledge that fact that we are increasing that amount, and we are also working, that is also something that we have started working, is how we can spend. That's why there was a MB budget unit specific, where some of the units encourage their volunteers. If you do want to do some activities, there's a small budget. You could actually maybe use for that, one. Second, cakes. Last time it was banner. This time we started with, maybe we can appreciate giving souvenirs to participants coming in. So that's why you see the magazine is a product from EMA. That's what we are trying to do. There are, again, this is something that we are trying to do. We don't have a particular strategy on how much for a particular year, but there are some of the activities that we are trying to do.
Yes, and if I may also add briefly on the contingency aspect of why we withhold this money in EMA's account and not spend it. So far, we've been lucky to have the most graceful support of the Erasmus Mundus support service team funded by the European Commission, educational and executive agency, to fund us and fund all our very important activities, etc. But perhaps if there happened to be some sort of a pause in the funding between contracts, so if there was to change between one contract and another, one tender and another, we would need this kind of reserve in order to provisionally support our activities for a temporary, perhaps, period until this support from the European Commission would flow again, if I may say. So this would be important so that we don't have to have an online GA in case of a tender pause. Which isn't something that luckily we are expecting to happen at any case, but sometimes the procedure of this, the bureaucratic procedures of changing contractors might necessitate certain delays. It did happen in 2018, we had an online GA. But of course, the Erasmus Mundus community is strong and the spirit is very strong-willed in order to preserve and proceed and sustain and, innovate and connect.
I see there's another question.
There's two more questions. Here, there, and there.
Okay. Just to add with one of the ideas that we discussed of leading with purpose. So I'm sure that most of us would really like something like a monthly report of the financial things. What I'm proposing is that if one or two person if they're willing, that they have this very nice idea, they can plan the thing that how this can be done among the voluntary time of the volunteers. They can go up to the team and say that, okay, this is my idea. I can also volunteer my time. Are you ready to kind of entertain this idea and try it out? And maybe with their voluntary time, they'll have a meeting with you and discuss if this is plausible or not.
So I'm also not a financial person. It's just something that came to my mind regarding publishing it at least 1 month before GA. Maybe we can have, like, now we say 6,000 euro per year, so it's like roughly 500 euro per month, and we can just publish it 1 month before GA and just consider estimated expenses for that last month and just put it as a floating term, not a fixed term, in a different color in this Excel file. And for the next year, we will just put the real number and the fixed account just to have it easier 1 month before the event.
I let the legal
Good
team
idea. No, that's a good idea. As long as we publish the final one with the final numbers having spent before the publication date with a second.
Yeah, so you will do it like from last year's 1 month before GA until this year's.
That's a good
1
idea.
month before.
But again, it would depend perhaps on capacity and the organizing committee. But that's I agree. It's perhaps good, purposeful idea. So thank you for that.
You're welcome.
More questions? Yes.
Hi, I'm quite like a brand new member of EMA, so I don't know much, but I would like to know, this is a bit of a general question. So for example, like for financial things or like projects, if some new members would like to help or volunteer or I don't know, be a part of the management team, even sustainability, like what do we do? Okay, perfect. That's a connection for you, so.
Any more questions?
Can you explain what is project costs? Because that's the biggest voice of 55,000 expected, estimated forecasted expenses for projects.
Yeah, so the amount of money that is coming in the accounts, if you see in what we have projected, is in terms of the amount that comes into EMA accounts. We also have a big number in project and big number outgoing. That's the biggest transaction that we have, that is for the projects. Why the project expenses is bigger than what we have in incoming? It's because we are yet to make the expenses of what has already income into the EMA account. So the 55,000 that we see, we have already received money for some project, but its expense is yet to be reimbursed. So that is why.
What are the costs? Like, what are these costs? Like project expenses. What are project expenses?
I wouldn't go into details like what exactly for, because it depends on different projects.
But we have to know, no?
Yeah.
55,000?
Again, my only answer right now would be each specific project have been awarded by an awarding institution. When EMA applies for a project, many of the projects which EMA applies, let's say if it's only EMA, then EMA prepares all the financial projections. If it's other coordinating institution, yeah. Again, let me go back to that question. Is yes, we have received that question. We are discussing whether we can publish that, how we can publish that, because it's not only us we are executing that project. There are other partner coordinators. There are other institutions. We also have a legal team. In order to say these are the different expenses. There are personal expenses. Let's say if we have reimbursed for travel expenses, then in the transactions that we have, in the transaction, if we expend it to reimburse to a person, there might be a personal name. Are we allowed to say that this was a travel expense for this person? So there are, okay, again, this is what.
Yeah, but I mean, you're expecting for us to vote for something, and then you're saying you're not allowed to tell you what are the expenses.
No, I mean, it's perhaps travel, accommodation, per diem. We would not expect to spend them on that project. We expect to hopefully provisionally spend them on the project until we get reimbursed, which has been the practice, luckily, due to the good organization and management of the project support unit. So that's why it's included there. The other reason would be legal certainty, because sometimes, let's say, we proceed with the project with coordination before we receive the budget and funding for it. So we are confident that the worst case scenario would be that we would spend EMA's money so that the volunteer would not have to use their own personal money. with the hopeful expect that the final budget from the supporter of that project would come, hopefully not too late, but sometimes there might be delays. So that I think covers the question, hopefully clearly. Perhaps you can take one or two more questions, can we? Or
it's up to you.
I think, yeah, that's there was a question here. Clarification, briefly. So the budget of the personal volunteer is perhaps the utmost sacred part of volunteering, because we don't expect our volunteers to financially contribute. That's why, yes. Thank you. Yes, please. I waiver the mic again, my second waiver today.
Thank you. I acknowledge the question from Anna regarding the project, because anyone could ask, what kind of project is that? So I think if we would like to be constructive about how we can, maybe in the future when we prepare the project, we have an identifier for the project. Let's say in this budget, or let's say a forecast of a budget, we assume that we will spend the 55,000 euros for 5 projects. So it has 5 identifiers, right? And then for the estimated forecasted amount of projects that we plan to apply, then there's a 40,000, there's another identifier, yeah? And then in the next report, when you present it at the end, we spend, let's say, this is the forecasted, yeah? And we will have the actuals next year. And then the actuals you could show, for example, we have spent 40,000 of projects, and 40,000 euros. And this 40,000 euros, you can show the identifier. So for project 1, we spend X amount. Project 2, we spend B amount. This is the common practice in the work. It's called work break structures identifier. So maybe this could be in the future as a, how we can do it. When there is these questions, then we can show them to which project ABC easily. But of course, in this GA, it's important that we are also conscious of when project support unit team doing this, they do it with good faith. We are not going to spend any more, travel expenses buying the business class tickets, because it's not allowed by the fund provider.
And
there's
recently,
rules and eligibility.
We use train tickets instead of planes within a certain distance per sustainability
and every
requirements.
Single ticket that you spend as a participant,
very important feedback.
As a participant, you have to say you have to take public transportation. You get the guidelines from the service provider. So it's the same in other grants that we receive. So let's be conscious about it.
That's very important. And yes, so bottom line, we will be very conscious, detailed, and report what we spent next year. I hope our learned colleagues at the Finance Management Unit has taken that. So back to Nick Chan.
Just a comment on the side, because the topic of souvenirs was covered. The souvenirs that we have outside, like keychains, bookmarks, are for sale. So if anyone has had the opportunity to take some of them, always remember to reimburse so we can keep financial sustainability for EMA. And you're very welcome to take many more.
Okay, so briefly, by the raise of hands, formally, we approved the management board submission of the financial reporting for the purpose of the continuation of the work of this management board and expected further continuation of the estimated budget for the upcoming, hopefully many years of EMA's amazing journey of establishing and connecting networks between very bright groups of individuals. So may we proceed perhaps with an affirmative vote of raise of hand? So raise of hand to assure that this financial reporting was done in good faith and sufficient and satisfactory for the consideration of the General Assembly. That is the good question. I think that's enough, so thank you very much. A huge round of applause to our colleagues at the finance management, but also to Nikshan for moderating this. So back to you, Nikshan.
Thank you, Razi. Thank you.
Okay, so I think now is the time for announcement for the results from the past presidents.
We are actually a bit late, let's say around, oh my God, around 22 minutes late. Let's see how we can cover it. I would like not to take more time, just to make sure that next 15-20 minutes we are finishing. First of all, I'd like to invite electoral committee members who are officially here and those who are watching online. Can you make a big hands for them, because it was a tedious work for 5 months long activities. Mr. Ruturaj Trivedi, I'm a vice president, and also Dr. Hazaria. As I mentioned, that there was 3 more electoral committee members. Dr. Shinam Jain, our former management board member, 2021-24. Then there was also Dr. Katharina Fehl, who was the former president 2019-21. And then there was also another, still they are also part of the electoral committee, Dr. Jeanlin Almaco, who is working with the Irfan Commission. So these 6 members, including myself, we are there. And also we had 5 volunteers, which will help us to draft something to visualize the activities, everything. Thanks to you, thanks to us, we made it. And our next elections is almost there. Election results is almost there. You can stay here. You can stay here if you don't mind. Just 2-3 minutes. No, you can sit here if you want. No problem. So EMA elections. Okay, someone was not authorized, but already mentioned something about the name. I do apologize. It was not expected. But yes, this is the time to announce. Maybe you already know, because our system is like this. You can see the results. But still, this is the official announcement about the EMA electoral from the electoral committee. EMA elections 2025 for the presidency of EMA for 2025-27. Let's see something like the election in numbers. I think it's better I go there. So the election in numbers, there was total eligible voters from the EMA-G or 2025 group on the committee portal. The total number of eligible voters are like 83. Casted votes for president, you can see 79, that is 95%. And casted votes for vice president, 77. Maybe someone missed that there is actually 2 voting is happening. It was like 92%. And following our EMA statutes and internal regulations, and also following the EMA electoral policy that is there already, the minimum votes required for being elected is simple majority, that is 50%. Thanks to all 4 candidates, and also those candidates who applied but couldn't make it in the final stage. Because of your enthusiasm, this is the first time ever, let's say, I have seen at least like these types of, let's say, engagement for these types of elections. For last 2 management board elections, we have seen like very fewer candidates. We have been extended like application call to have more candidates. So this is the beauty of EMA, that we are really growing. And a lot of people, let's say, you are encouraging ourselves that you are coming to help EMA. So election is for finalizing the leadership, but it's not stopping someone to be also leader in EMA in different capacity. So please, I'd like to welcome the new vice president. Can you go to the next slide? And you see the results is Shaheen S.E.T., who got 48 votes in favor. Thank you so much, Shaheen. Thank you so much. And also, thanks goes to our talent management unit director, Mariam Rakel. She is there. Thank you so much for being here with a good faith. This is the beauty of EMA, how we work together. This is the beauty of democracy, how we work together. And now, I think you know the name, but still I have to go ahead as a final announcement. This is the final result for presidential election for President 2025-27, Marbi Kazi. How are you, Marbi Kazi? Okay, please, welcome. Welcome. So, you can come here, Okay, spotlight. Next year you'll be actually in the stage, but it's still today. Again, start today practicing. So, these are the 2 people, 2 individuals, who are the next, let's say, president and vice president, who are the next global face for EMA. But to be honest, without your support, Actually, I forgot to mention also, sorry for this. Can you go back to the last slide? Anna Piva is here. I would like to officially thanks her. And thanks for making all the constructive criticism, all the emails, all the activities you are doing. Definitely, I actually mentioned yesterday to Anna that we are learning from each other. Let's say when we ask questions, said, I am not financial expert. You know, I myself also believe like this. I always discuss like this way. So thanks to you, Anna. Please keep asking questions. The more you are getting questions, the more you are learning. And what Raju always made, that this is for good faith. Because we are not that level of the people, but we started. So let's do something, let's learn something, and let's grow together. Thank you so much, Anna. Thank you so much, Raquel, from there. Also, thanks goes to Nikshan. And also, other people who actually applied but couldn't make it due to the ordinary membership, affiliate membership things. Thanks to everyone. So these are the two people who will lead us, not from today, from 1st of July, 2025. Until that time, okay, we will be still in the management board, no worries. I would like to mention one thing before going to hear from them, like 1 minute from each, maybe 2 minutes maximum. You know that there is management board selection announcement is already live in EMA website. From tomorrow onwards, we're going to make sure that it is visible to everyone through social media. Please go for the position of the management board. If you still have questions, now we'll go for the, what is called Eiffel Tower tour, whatever. Try to find the person who can actually respond to your question. Let's say if you're a CR, you would like to apply for the OCB unit. Find out what is Zazon. Discuss how much workload he has. You know, before coming to the management board and after coming to the management board, it's two different perspectives, to be honest. But try to understand. Still, I would like to welcome you. Maybe the way you are reaching out to us, it is also encouraging us to do more. But there is no limitation. Please keep consider that there is the position is open until, if I'm not wrong, 30 or 31st May. And you have to apply on time because we have to go for interview, everything by the 1st July. And then the next board will take over from, really from the 1st of July. So help us. If you're interested, I welcome you to join the management board, who will be working with these two individuals alongside of, all of us will be there. Of course, we'll be helping them. And please help each other. Then you can grow together. So officially, congratulations. You have made it. Amazing job. Thank you so much, Shaheen. So I would like to hand over to Shaheen, maybe just 1 minute, if you would like to say something.
Thank you. I'll make it just 10 seconds because I keep hearing that I'm speaking a lot. But yeah, for the last 2 days and for the last 2 days and for all the last 19 years, how EMA is growing and how our members are supporting us. This has been shown here. And thank you so much for your support. Thank you so much for your encouragement. And thank you so much in advance for your future supports and encouragement. Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone, for your confidence, for your trust. Really, it means a lot. Everyone who voted and everyone who has been with us, all of us, throughout the journey. But I really like to encourage you to not just stop here. It was not just about voting, and it's not just about one person. It's always about the team effort. And really, we need you all. Being on the management board, I have seen how much effort and what kind of challenges that we face. We really need your support. So don't stop there. Please come forward. Lend your hand to us so we could encourage, we could keep on doing more because we really want to do a lot. But the problem is it's volunteering and we lack resources. So be the part of change, ask questions, but also come up with solutions. We are always open and we would love to have you all. Thank you so much.
4 years ago, when I started as a vice president, the total number of volunteers were 104. And today we represented the 395 volunteers. Hopefully we'll see after 2 years, it will be 700. Let's see, or maybe more. Sure.
I forgot to mention just one thing. Thank you so much for everyone who was with us on the election. Anna, Raquel, thank you so much, really. Because every time when there are more people, it's a chance of debate. We learn from each other, and thank you for it. But we would like to welcome you on the board and also for the future roles. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Okay, so you can take your seat. Next 2 years is for you. Okay, you will get the stage. There's a quick short announcement, and then we'll go for the final wrapping up. Our vice president is here.
Yeah, so some of us did not fill the consent form with the Erasmus Plus support service team. So if you can find Julia, she's outside. It's for the consent for being filmed and being photographed. I'm one of them who did not do it, so. So especially the people who had interviews from the CIT unit. So please go and sign them before we go to the tour. And another announcement, maybe it was already made, but just a reminder that the hotel put restrictions on alcohol consumption in the venue of the cultural evening, which is here. And we will also have security at the cultural evening from the hotel.
Don't fight. No, like don't go to. Okay.
So I'm just conveying the message I received from Erasmus Plus support service team, and I hope we all abide by them and make the cultural evening one of the best in the history of EMA.
So, dear family, we are about to close, maybe in 2-3 minutes. Don't leave now. The GA is until tonight, like midnight, okay, 12 midnight. So GA is still happening. But at first, I would like to thank our Erasmus Plus support service team. I would like to mention honorably, Margaret is here. Maddie was there. Eva, Julia, Arnold, Julia, right? Edoya, I'm not sure where are they, but please convey our thanks to them. From your side also personally. They have done remarkable job. You know, in order to bring one candidate, like let's say one GA participant, they have to send like minimum 20 emails for several reasons. And I can feel it. During the GA, we have sent, let's say, 2,200 plus emails. And it takes time, takes energy, takes like a lot of things. Thank you so much, Erasmus for support server team. Thank you so much, all the colleagues from ICF and video. And dear EMA family, as we come to end of this incredible 2 days of the EMA General Assembly 2025. Maybe you can call it also farewell for some of the board members, for of all, like some of us. I want to express our heartfelt gratitude and admiration for each and every one of you. From passionate discussion to strategic reflections, and from inspiring presentations to moments of genuine camaraderie, this gathering has truly been a celebration of what EMA stands for. Global unity, relentless volunteerism, and the power of collective purpose. We are deeply proud of our volunteers. Your dedication, outstanding energy, and consistent drive are what keep the association alive and growing. Whether working on the ground or behind the scenes, each one of you is the filler. Though you said like there's only 4 pillars, but no. Every one of you are actually the filler. And you are the filler, like vital filler of EMA's journey. You are not just supporting an association. You are shaping futures, building bridges, and carrying the spirit of Erasmus Mundus across continents. And you are EMA. Throughout these 2 days, we explored how far we have come, last 19 years, and how far we still aim to go. You know, there are 2 topics for the co-creation. Where exactly we would like to see EMA after 5 years, after 10 years. We delved into our core activities, reflected on the impact we have made, identified opportunities for innovation, and strengthened our bonds as a global network. We have seen a leadership in action, ideas in motion, and dreams taking in shape. One of the most significant milestones of this General Assembly was the election of our new President and Vice President for the 2025-2027 term. To our new leaders, our trust is with you. And those who will be in the management board for 2025-27 will be with you, always. Do you agree with this? We believe in your vision and we hope you carry forward the legacy of strength, compassion, and clarity. May you embody the spirit of EMA and guide it boldly in the direction of its design to grow. Let us all remember that from the very beginning, from 4 years ago when I was the Vice President, I started to mention every time, leadership is not just about titles. It's all about responsibilities. Progress is not by chance, but by its commitment. The future is not something we wait for. It's something we build together. As we part ways, may we carry with us energy of these 2 days, the insights we have gathered, the friendships we have strengthened, You still have chance to make more friendship, okay? And that belief that our actions, big or small, can shape the global impact. The future of EMA, to the future of all our volunteers, alumni, stakeholders around the world, may continue to shine, lead, and transform. As I always mention, at least I mentioned like minimum 3 times during the General Assembly. EMA is where strangers become family, dreams find a home, and dreams come true. Together we create a global community that celebrates diversity, fosters excellence, and empowers change. EMA is you, EMA is me, EMA is us. Thank you so much.